authorized to teach me about investing as a social worker. So then I dug into her and I found out she's like one of the people who does their a lot of financial training around like with from a very holistic social work sort of lens, right? You know, taking into consideration that biopsychosocial. So like
Mm.
I say the difference between like social work psychology and psychiatry sort of, and this is like very like minimizing it. So don't take this as a, you know what I mean? Psychiatrists, I feel like are more it's a lot of interest in prescribing medication, things like that. And I'm kind of reduced, it's kind of reductionist, but also with psychologists, it's more cognitive, like what's going on in between your ears, as opposed to social work, which is, you know, what's going on between your ears, but then what's going on at work, what's going on at home, what's going on, you know, in all these facets of your life. That's why we talk about a sort of biopsychosocial framework. So think about learning about personal finance or recovering from financial trauma, but doing it um, in sort of like a therapist sort of environment, a therapeutic environment, you know, where somebody's not judging you, somebody's there. And so how I got here, so I'm certified in financial social work, and that's why I shared the story about the LinkedIn Learning because I didn't know it was a thing. That's when I learned about it. So I dug into some programs. I found that there's actually a center for financial social work, and then there's a certificate you can get also at the University of Maryland. I think it's College Park. They offer it too, but it's only offered like certain times during the year, and they don't always offer it if there's low enrollment. So, but anyways, I went to the Center for Financial Social Work, got the training there, and it's just been fantastic to be able to help people in this context because I'm all about personal finance, just because of my personal situation and things that I'm going through right now, and I'm sort of training myself to be the therapist that I wish I could have had going through all this hardship. Um, you know, so trying
Mm.
to be that person for
Okay, so a financial social worker. I now never heard that term before. I've heard a financial therapist. Now, tell me about is there a difference between a financial therapist and a financial social worker? And also, because my wife is a therapist and a social worker, also, right? So is there a difference? And then also, tell me more about financial social work. Like, how would you define that? Like in a couple minutes, kind of thing.
So if I was to make a distinction between a social worker and a therapist, so social workers can be therapists. In fact, most of the therapists in the country are social workers. They provide the most mental health counseling.
Mm.
We're the most accessible also, but and there are more of us. But you don't have to be a therapist if you're a social worker. You could be a macro practitioner. You can go work in Harrisburg or wherever state capital you're at, and you can do a bunch of other things. You could be a medical social worker at a hospital, that sort of thing. So, what is financial social work? So, financial social work is, in a way, for me, a way to help people who are traumatized in the workplace and who may be looking for entrepreneurial opportunities.
Mm.
People who are working through complex family issues. You know what I mean? So there's a couple I'm working with now where an uncle is being a holdout for and doesn't want and wants to sell a house that everybody else wants to keep in the family just to be spiteful. You know, so there's a lot to navigate there, and there's a lot of group and family therapy that's involved in a situation like that as well. And also just breaking generational curses. You know what I mean? What does it mean to not sell grandma's house? You know what I mean? What does it mean
Mm.
to have to and supporting people who are doing like estate planning for you know, loved ones, people who are caring for aging parents. That's another group of people who are like really not supported. And these each of these have financial implications with all of them. You know, some people just aren't ready to care for aging parents and then understanding like what it means from a financial standpoint because there's a
Mm.
huge burden and unforeseen expenses that come up, a lot of paperwork that needs to be handled, and a lot of resources that you can connect your parents to that people may not know about. You know, you don't know what you don't know. And so that's also being that liaison to connect people with resources in the community that could be helpful for them. So
Mm.
financial social work is not just the therapy piece and helping with like, you know, the stress, the anxiety, um, and the depression around, you know, with the onset of like not having enough money or not being as financially just not being as efficient as you can could be uh, financially, and this causes stress. So a lot of times we also do things like optimization. And everybody isn't always a good, wouldn't be necessarily need therapy to take part with these services, but they could also do coaching. So I do coaching.
It's interesting because it's almost like like you go through so many things that it's almost like people should be trained and prepared for this stuff, and they're not. Like you get to that point in your life where I know they have that thing, I think that was called the sandwich generation, like people in a certain age group where you're taking care of kids but you're also taking care of aging parents. And when people are not financially prepared or emotionally prepared, they just don't it's hard. It's really, really hard, because on one hand, the kids need you like crazy. Maybe you're even married and your spouse needs you, and your boss needs you, and then your parents need you, right? So you kind of got all this stuff hitting you, and that's all super expensive, and so it seems to me that there should be more conversations about that, because you're right. People, I mean, that financial burden, it just body slams a lot of people. And if you're in your, say, 40s and 50s and you're supposed to be saving for retirement and all that, but you got all these immediate needs that are just draining all your resources, it just becomes a really difficult thing to resolve, right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And so, all these things hit you all at one time at like a ton of bricks. And it's also, it can be a very isolating experience for a lot of people, especially those who are like an only child. Fortunately, I have my sister, and we're really tight. She helps me. But our parents need a lot of support, you know what I mean? So I don't know what I would do if I didn't have her, you know what I mean? But also
Mhm.
to speak to another point, something else you just said, Dr. Boyce, I think this should be something that people learn, and that's why, like you said, we have to be the solution to our issues. If this is a problem and people need to be educated on it, then it's up to us to do that for our community, right? So I do a personal finance training or workshop for one for middle school and high school students, and one of my slides, I talk about the reasons why personal finance isn't taught in schools, right? And there's a laundry list of reasons. All of them are horrendous, right? They don't make any sense to anybody who's a rational thinking person. But
Mhm.
the reason why they don't teach it because it's that's the intention. They want us in debt. They want us to be, employees,
Mhm.
for life. You know what I mean? They want us to be in debt. And you need these type of people to make a capitalist system like this work, or laissez-faire capitalist system like this work. Where
Right.
it's exploitation and theft of labor value, as opposed to
Mm.
being efficient in that way. So
Yeah,
I'll leave it.
no, well, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I think that it's almost like I think that we somehow make the mistake of believing that the government cares about us. You know, that's a really bad assumption for anybody to make, especially Black people. There's not a lot of evidence to say that they do, and to some extent, it's I think that we have to really think about what it means. I mean, what one thing we do every morning is we do what we call economic consciousness exercises, or just awareness, right? And almost like meditating on certain realities, right? So one reality I would encourage everybody to meditate on is the fact that there is when you are a commodity in a society, like I think Black people definitely are, really human beings are. In a capitalist society, you're not seen so much as a human being. You're seen really as a commodity, an asset, something that can be moved around and traded, and kind of where value can be extracted from your existence. Whether you're talking about a young kid in the prison system, or you're talking about a worker who gets up and goes to work for their boss every day, or a consumer who is manipulated into buying things at the store so other people can get rich. So when you're a commodity, you have to understand just sort of how you're viewed by the people that are at the top of the economic food chain. And so if I am taking care of you and you're happy that I'm taking care of you, but you're talking about the people at the top of the food chain, it becomes one of these things where you have to be really careful because they're taking care of you in a specific way for a specific purpose. So, for example, if I'm a chicken on a farm and the goal of the farmer is to pack up all the chickens and take us to KFC so that they can eat us up or sell us, um, then yeah, they're gonna feed me good. You know, my life is gonna be nice and easy. And I'm gonna say, wow, this farmer's really, he's really looking out for my best interest. He's hooking me up, and but he's hooking me up for not because he cares about my well-being. He's hooking me up because he needs me to be fat and ready to be fed to somebody else. That's different from, say, the way my mother might take care of me. My mother wants me to just be good. She wants me to be healthy, safe, and prosperous. The farmer just needs me to be fat so that he can sell me and make money for me. The minute I don't fit that agenda anymore, I become useless to him. And so the public school system to me kind of operates in the same way, that they give you this thing called education, and we say thank you so much for this education, but that education really is, it's a training slash indoctrination that prepares you to fulfill a specific purpose, to fit into a specific system. So if you make the mistake of believing that they're giving you this education because they really care about you and they want you to live this wonderful life, that's a very bad assumption. The only people that are going to really want you to live a good life and care about you on that level is you. Maybe if you're lucky, you have some people in your family that care about you at that level, but that's it. So I think there should be like sort of two views of education. There's the education that the government gives us, that's training slash indoctrination, where there can be some benefit to that for sure. But then there's like the real education, where the goal of that education is maximizing my life, putting me in a good position where I'm going to be able to get what I need, and care, and that benefits the people, myself and the people around me. So that might include some of the things that you're talking about, like being trained on just how to have enough resources so I can make sure I take care of my aging mother and the children, and be a good husband and father, and be a wealth builder. Ain't none of that in public school. None of that. Those are easy classes. You could really literally teach it. I imagine if every black boy got a class on how to be a good husband, or how to be a good dad. Every black girl got a class on how to be a good mother, how to be a great wife, how to keep the family together, conflict resolution skills, emotional intelligence. That would go a long way, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely, Dr. Boyce. And that's why I try to follow your example and, create our own institutions where we can do this work. You know what I mean? Because I'm not a proponent of neoliberalism. In fact, I say neoliberalism is where movements go to die. So I cannot do the work that I do as part of another institution where I'm getting paid. You know what I mean? I just
Yeah.
can't do that. So we have to create our own spaces to do these things, to educate our people. So, and like
Yes.
you said, maybe brag a little bit. I don't want to go too ham, but I started it's on its way to a nonprofit. You might have saw it when I was off screen, but it was called the Dynamic Justice Collective. I'll send you guys a link. But in with that organization, we do a lot of trainings around financial therapy or finances, personal finance, for mostly for young people. We target with that. Just because we want to get them started early, how to write a check, what is interest, what is bank, why is it important to have a bank account as opposed to going into, because a lot of them, they got their first little job and they want to go to check cash and pays. Okay, well, here's why you need to have a bank account. You know what I mean? Getting into the habit of banking, credit unions, instead of using check cashing places and things like that. Just simple things. And also we do community and organizational processes. So our whole goal is to uh, remove ourselves from oppressive systems. So if people in the community have a dispute, instead of calling the police, instead of having the courts involved or the cops involved or the judges and jails and prisons involved, how about we sit around and have a circle, a restorative justice circle, and we can work this out ourselves, where nobody has to leave the community, nobody else is harmed, but the person who caused the harm the person who was harmed and the person who causes harm get to sit in the same space, and then they get to share it, how their point of views and how things affect how the conflict impacted them. So that restorative justice, the trainings, we do youth cohorts in schools and things like that. And we just kicked off a project called Project Equity. Now, Project Equity, this is about keeping the most vulnerable among our people in their homes. So we're talking about elderly people, we're talking about families, because there are a lot of developers here in Philly, and there are a lot of also predatory lenders who go around and get people who got a lot of people into subprime mortgages way back in 2007, 2008. And I was one of the people that did a lot of the housing counseling to get people's mortgages remodified with Harrisburg. So because of that work, that influences the work I do now. And also just trying to, there's so many of the older people I meet, they don't even have homestead exemption because they don't know about it. You know what I mean? So somebody has to be out here getting them connected to those resources and things like that. So it has to be us. So like I said, just following your example, Dr. Boyce, just like creating our own institutions. I started a consultancy as well, but that's an LLC, and that's for collecting reparations. So I target like bigger,
Mm.
for that.
Okay, well,
My community work, the community always gets me through Dynamic Justice Collective. That's not about money. That's just about being of service.
all right. Well, everybody, this is Ken Peoples, and Ken Peoples has a background in social work, financial social work, and he's our guest for today. And so one of the things I wanted to mention or bring up, Ken, was I'd like to ask you about this. I'm going to read a list of 5 signs of emotional intelligence. And I think this is something that we can meditate on in terms of knowing if we're emotionally intelligent. In fact, give me a yes or no in the chat. Yes or no. Do you consider yourself to be an emotionally intelligent person? Yes or no. How many of you consider yourselves to be emotionally intelligent? How many of y'all feel like, God is still working on you? You got a ways to go. I know that emotional intelligence, I feel like it's a journey. Not all of us are where we want to be. A lot of us make bad decisions because of emotions. Maybe we get really mad at somebody that we care about, and we say something that we regret. All of us have done that. I'm sure at some point. Maybe financially, you go and you buy something that you regret buying later on. You got some buyer's remorse. Maybe you didn't have. Maybe emotionally, you were invested in a stock and you saw your stocks drop, so you got scared and you sold too early. So I think emotional intelligence is a journey for everybody. So I don't think anybody's perfect there, but there are varying degrees of this, and I think this should be discussed more. So I'm going to give 5 signs of emotional intelligence. I want you to process this, and then Ken, I'd like for you to comment on this list. Um, Number one is empathy for others' feelings, and then I want to ask you as I say this. Do you think that we have a society where empathy is really encouraged? Like, do you think that we have a society where you're encouraged to consider how other people feel? And also, do you feel that this would make you better in your outcomes in life, your relationships, the way you do business, everything else? Putting yourself in somebody else's shoes. What do you think? Do you think our country would be better if we had more of that empathy? Number two, self-awareness of emotions, knowing how you feel, processing that, understanding why you feel that way, right? I'm really mad right now because and I'm kind of hurt because, well, it can't. Do we encourage that kind of depth, or do we live kind of on the shallow surface? I think the world's a little bit shallow in that area. I don't think self-awareness is as great as it should be. Number three, effective stress management. Ways to manage stress that are effective and also healthy, right? Instead of turning to the crack pipe or the liquor bottle or overindulging in food or sex or whatever it is that helps me to relieve stress, maybe finding some healthy ways to deal with that, healthy coping mechanisms like meditation, deep breathing, exercise, things like that. Number four, constructive conflict resolution. Can you imagine how great our world would be if people sought first to reconstruct relationships as opposed to destroy them? Like, I have a conflict with you, rather than me beating you up, escalating it, and cussing you out and going off on you. My goal is to actually resolve the conflict and be constructive in our conversation. And the fifth sign of emotional intelligence would be great interpersonal relationships. So, what if every time I talk to you, my goal was to make your life better and to be a good friend to you, to be a good relative to you, as opposed to what you see a lot in the society, which is a lot of narcissism and it's all about me, stuff like that. So, Ken, I read that list. It's not exhaustive. Give me your commentary, your thoughts on some of that.
Okay, so in terms of empathy, I think empathy is a superpower.
Mm.
And not only that, but I believe that because I think your question around empathy was, do you feel like that there's an aura of empathy? I'll say yes and no. Yes, in my community with my ALites, but in terms of America in general, absolutely not. I think it's just a
Mm.
rugged individualism, dog eat dog, and that's why it's really important for us to build community amongst one another. In terms of self-awareness, yes. Looking within, taking that time to step away, being in tune with yourself, being in tune with your thoughts, understanding yourself, understanding your motivations. taking the time to sit and process and understand where certain feelings might be coming from, where certain thoughts might be coming from, and just understanding what it is you want and moving intentionally, right? So that's what I think about when I think of self-awareness. In terms of effective stress management, listen, I think Dr. Boyce said everything you need to say with that one. Just healthy coping skills. So like meditation, um, also eating good, eating healthy, eating nutritious food. You know what I mean? Staying away from all the sugar, staying away from all the fat. Um, Exercising regularly. And Dr. Boyce also said deep breathing, which uh, I can't recommend enough. It's something that I implement into my everyday life. Actually, I use the Dr. Will 4-7-8 breathing technique. I do it twice a day. In terms of constructive conflict resolution, this is what I work around. A lot of the young people I work with. It's all about conflict resolution. We can't get anywhere if we can't resolve conflict, because conflict is going to happen no matter what. It's inevitable. So but it's how we handle it and how we move on from it, how we repair that matters, right? So a lot of times I like to talk to people about, just like the upstairs brain, the downstairs brain, and then just like what it means to behave impulsively and what it means to have delayed gratification, and then just wait and just see how things play out. You know what I mean? But to not be impulsive and to just, it can be hard. And like I said, it's a sliding scale in terms of emotional intelligence. So everybody may not have the slider all the way up to 100, where you're just like 100% zen, emotionally intelligent, like, you know what I mean? But something that you have to keep working on. And then in terms of interpersonal relationships, so again, I think a lot of this feeds into that last one. So if you're an empathetic person, if you are in tune with yourself, you have really healthy coping skills, really good emotional self-regulation skills. You're good at uh, navigating conflict and healing and repair. I think interpersonal relationships would be something that really comes easy for you.
Yeah, and it helps you do basic things like make more money.
Right.
I mean, I like to keep things simple, Ken, and I see that list and I say, okay, I get it. It's those five things that we mentioned are it's basically training on how to not be an asshole.
Right.
If you're not an asshole, then people will want to be around you. They'll want to work with you. They'll want to partner with you. They'll want to marry you. They'll want to do business with you. They'll seek you out. And when you see people that are off balance, like somebody who lacks empathy, who wants to be around somebody who doesn't care how anybody else feels except for themselves?
Right. I
Nobody like
won't
that.
enter a business deal with you if that's the type of person you are.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do a business deal with you. I'm sure as hell not gonna date you. And I don't want to be your friend. And this goes back to childhood. I still remember I had a friend who was just spoiled. His mama used to buy him everything, and he was also a good athlete and stuff, and he was like a jerk and a bully and just dismissive of everyone. And we could not stand this dude. Like he was. I feel like every friend group, when you're like 8 years old, every friend group has those one or two people where you're like, dude, we don't even like you, but you're just with us. We all get on our bikes and ride together. But if you wasn't here, the world would be a better place. Almost like that Eric Cartman character. And so to me, it's like, though, I love that list because it also, another thing that came to mind was when you talk about the wealth destruction through just the deterioration of the community through things like urban violence, and you think about what Philly is dealing with in that area. Chicago, we're similar. I think that part about conflict resolution so essential, not just in terms of preserving life and preserving freedom, keeping brothers from going to prison, but you're also talking about wealth preservation as well. It's hard to build wealth when a lot of your young people are getting shot up and going to jail. Any
Right.
thoughts on that in terms of your experience in dealing with that? Because I know you're in Philly, which is I keep up with Philly, man. There's so many terrible things happening there, but a lot of good things too. But some
Right.
things that are disturbing. You have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the the issues that we have in the city, and it's not just Philly, it's urban centers all over the country, right? Where I mean, there's I mean, people may look at it. I mean, there's a lot of pathology, there's a lot of violence, there's a lot of struggling economically. There aren't enough jobs going around. And I just think things are going to get really, I think before things get better, it's probably going to be rough for a little while, and just in the states as a whole, just looking at what's going on geopolitically. But in terms of what you were saying, in terms of like people going, like anytime you remove somebody from the community, that's one person that could be earning an income for their family. That's one man that could be earning some, helping his family out. But instead, he's going to prison to engage in labor activities and get paid a pittance for whatever corporation, right? So that labor value goes away from our community and then goes and helps the state, which created conditions to get this young man put in jail in the first place. You know what I mean? So I think it's just the system is really working as it is intended, and us being in these spaces and having these conversations is basically it is us brainstorming ways that we can intervene and do something to intervene and do something about this, because I just feel like in terms of like our community and in terms of like wealth building, we have such a counterinsurgency like inside of our community. We don't own and control a lot of our own resources, like our cultural resources. We don't, and a lot of times we've been shut out of opportunities to build generational wealth. And at the same time, we're also, there's a lot of trauma around that. And so some people can self-medicate, some people. And so I'm sorry, Dr. Boyce, I kind of lost your question. So I'm kind of rambling, but
No, it's
I'm
okay.
kind of just talking right now. I probably need to get your question again. I'm sorry.
Oh no, don't worry about the question. I forgot it too. In fact, actually, that's what I do sometimes every morning. I'll just ramble. It's a stream of consciousness. I'll just go and I'll just start talking about whatever comes to mind next, and I think that's okay. I think that that's leaning on your subconscious mind to guide you to the things that you are passionate about. And actually, as you were speaking, one thing that I thought about too, when you talk about just that drain when you're losing your young people and people are getting killed, going to prison. And then remember this too, that not only are you losing wealth from the person who dies, you lose wealth from the person who goes to prison, but then also you're traumatizing the people who are connected to those individuals or that incident, right? If I sit here and I watch my older brother get shot in the head, I'm not right. So now I become whatever asset to the community or to my family I was going to be, that's in jeopardy, because now I can't really function properly because I've got this undiagnosed, untreated trauma, because I'm just told to man up and get over it, but I'm freaking out and engaging in all these unhealthy coping mechanisms to deal with that. So it's like a virus. It really becomes like a virus, and I want everybody to kind of visualize what it looks like when you have the opposite of the virus. All right, let me tell you about this true story. Just last night, I sat with a student and who did a consultation with me, and we were going through her portfolio. She has about $1 million in wealth, and I wanted to hear her story. And she told me about her father who died about 20 years ago, and her father was a very hardworking man who had a farm, and he bought all this land, and he trained his kids. He said, "Don't ever sell this land." He had a bunch of heads of cattle, and that's how he built his wealth. And also, he set up family trusts and incorporation. Again, an average man, wasn't a PhD or an attorney or like even a college graduate, but he was a hardworking man that loved his family, who was in a position mentally to visualize. He had a consciousness level to literally tell his children, "I'm gonna take care of you from the grave." And she said, and that's what we're doing. She said, "My daddy is taking care of us from the grave. We make money 20 years after his death because he was sort of built in that sturdy sort of way where he made the long-term plan and he executed the long-term plan. He set up he worked with the lawyer to set up the trust and incorporation, and he put all the land in the trust. And she said, "Oh yeah, when he passed, we paid about $500 in taxes on hundreds of thousands of dollars in assets that my father worked hard and left for us." And he also used to tell us about how many families lose their wealth because they don't make a plan. And this was not a guy who ever took a finance class. He didn't have a college degree, but he understood the basics, and so I want everybody to imagine, what if he was on crack? right? You know, what if this man had been shot in a drive-by? What if he was just so messed up in the head through trauma and whatever that he just didn't function? What if he just was a professional baby daddy who just splattered a bunch of kids all around the country and didn't take care of any of them? Imagine where his daughter would be now. Do you understand? So what I want you to see is I want you to see the extremes. And then Ken, you can jump in and comment on that however you like, but because I'm not even gonna frame it as a question because we're just talking here, we're just two brothers talking. But I want everybody to see those extremes. Like, like what happens when you take someone or something. Every boy, every child, every girl in our community has the potential to be a tremendous asset to others. Every single child that is born in our community is a multi-million dollar opportunity for the community. Now, and I'm not even just talking about the money. I'm talking about all the other things too, right? Every single time. And when you have millions of your kids that get lost or those opportunities are wasted, that's how you get a poor community. Because poor stands for what? Passing over opportunities repeatedly. So every time you give birth to a black baby, that is your opportunity to do something amazing. But you got to pour into that baby as much as you pouring into your boss. We got to invest in these kids as much as you investing in that shitty ass excuse my French, that damn corporation that you're invested in. You got to invest in your children as much as you investing in the landlord, invest in your kids as much as you investing in the car dealer. If you do that, then your children will become the assets that God meant for them to be instead of having this wasteland of missing opportunities. I'm done. I said too much. Ken, please.
Okay. Dr. Boyce, you said so much. There's so much I want to comment on. So the first thing I'll say, I'll preface this by saying, talking because you said something about, therapy, especially for our community in general. I do another workshop on like ancestral trauma, and just I encourage all my people to please go to therapy. Even if you don't think you need to go or you don't think you'll get anything out of it, just go, just see what it's like. You know what I mean? And also do a workshop on destigmatizing therapy. Uh, Listen, 1965 rolled around, and we had another great migration, people looking for family members, right? We didn't have any therapists, any social workers, anybody there to help us deal with the trauma that we had just been through. You know what I mean? We're still passing that down and carrying that generation after generation. And we still have like contemporary stress and trauma that we have to deal with, racial trauma that we have to deal with today. You know what I mean? On top of the ancestral trauma. So please, I encourage everybody to do what you can to heal. You know what I mean? Because we have to. Second, God bless this man that you just told me about, Dr. Boyce, who set up everything. And I love trust. I just learned about these in 2020 because I had to out of necessity. And I love trust 100%. And I think that dovetails nicely into you mentioned estate planning. And this part is so incredibly important because I see so many times, and in the work that I'm doing now, I see a lot of times where families, somebody passes away who owned the home, but nobody then changes title to another person, or things like that. And a lot of things, which is why I'm really into trust, is what I'm trying to train our community to do is like, stop going to probate. Do not go to probate. We have to make plans to transfer resources from one generation to the next, or just from one person to the next. And you can do that with the trust or a holding company, however you want to do it. There's a bunch of ways around it. I get a lawyer for that. I didn't pass the bar, but we lose so much wealth by not protecting it. And I'll give you a personal anecdote. I feel like my grandparents or the grands in my family did so well to accumulate property, right? But the generation after them, their children, didn't do anything to maintain or they maintained, but they didn't do anything in terms of legally to keep it in our names legally, right? Or to keep it out of heirs property legally. So my generation is now having to go back and fix everything, and we weren't able to save everything. You know what I mean? And it's heartbreaking for a lot of things because it's just, if someone just stepped up and did this one thing back then. But we also, like you said, to speak to your other point, Dr. Boyce, we didn't always have somebody who was in position to do that because it could have been drug abuse. It could have been somebody was arrested. It could have been some other thing that somebody got put up into where that particular thing was not handled. And so now it falls to us. So now we're the ones who are breaking generational curses. And we're happy to do it. We'll do it again if we have to. But um, again, it's about preventing this from ever having to happen, and then leaving your kids in a better position than you were in. You know what I mean? Making sure your kids don't have to go through, having to set up a trust, having to educate themselves on this stuff. I mean, it'd be good to educate themselves on this, but like not out of a place of necessity, but out of a place they can take their time to learn this as opposed to like, I'm stressed. I'm really stressed because I have to get this paperwork in. I have to fix this stuff. You know what I mean? It's
Mm-hmm.
much better to do it instead of doing it under, I don't want to say duress, but it's much better to do it to learn these things, in a more nurturing educational environment as opposed to the stress of like a probate or trying to transfer resources so that they can be saved and not be sold because there might be something, going on in the background. You know what I mean? So I don't know, Dr. Boyce, I think I said enough about what you spoke on there.
Yeah, well, you're right about estate planning and trust because when things go through, I talked to an estate planning attorney one time who basically said that the 80% of her law firm's income comes from families that don't prepare. She said if families all prepared for death, that we would not have a law firm because we make all of our money cleaning up messes in families where nobody thought anybody was ever going to die, so nobody had any plans in place. Yeah, when you go through probate, you're talking about tremendous legal fees, a lot of court costs. You have fees. You have to pay the executor of the estate. You got administrative costs. You have a big time delays. You lose a lot of time. So that means the bills have to be paid during that time can't be paid. You also lose your privacy because they can publicly disclose all the information from your estate to anybody who wants to look it up. And then also the IRS then shows up after that. And once the IRS shows up, next thing you know, everything that you work for your whole entire life is gone. So it's very important to think about these things. And I encourage everybody, again, another economic consciousness exercise. Remember, when we do money consciousness every morning, I always remind you, I always want you to be conscious of what it means to be conscious, right? So consciousness means being able to elevate and vibrate on a frequency where you can see far what's ahead. You can see what's out there. Like an airplane that goes above the traffic, you can see things that people in the traffic can't see. So what I want you to be able to do, and I want you to do this, is just meditate and imagine that you died today. Like imagine you died like right now, right after this class, you're gone. You can't go back and change anything. You can't go back and share passwords. You can't go back and fix anything. It's like golf. I remember hearing Cat Williams describe playing golf. And how he talks. He talks real slow and methodical. He's a genius. He's really smart. And he was like, golf is a sport where you get one shot to hit the ball and you have to live with that shot. And then you can only move forward to the next shot. And death is kind of like that too. It makes me think about death because, like just like in golf, when you hit a bad shot, it's in the weeds of the woods. You have to live with it. You can't go back and do it again, right? So when death happens, when the Grim Reaper shows up, and if he takes you unexpectedly, you can't go back and be like, oh wait, let me go back and make sure that my baby daddy knows where the passwords are so he can get access to the money to pay the rent Tuesday. No, you get no do-overs. So I would encourage you to just sort of imagine what it would mean to be able to have influence beyond the grave, to be able to make sure everything's handled. And just so imagine if you were gone and just say, okay, would my spouse be able to pay the mortgage? Would they know how to even get to the bank account? Would they know? And these are real stories. I told you all about the story about the guy. I told a story one day, Ken, about this is a real story about a guy who was in his 50s and he was kind of a player and he had this young girlfriend about 32 and he said, don't worry, I'll pay the bills and everything. So he took good care of her. But the problem was that the girlfriend, because she was so much younger than him, she had a bad relationship with his daughter because his daughter was the same age as his girlfriend. So the daughter couldn't stand the girlfriend, but it didn't matter because that's what the dad wanted, and he took care of her and she lived with him and all that. Well, one day he just has a stroke. He just, guy, men will talk all day about women dying alone. Well, men die alone too. And so anyway, this guy he has a stroke, but he didn't die. He was in a coma. So all the time he was in a coma, her dilemma was, how do I pay the bills with him in a coma? Because he's got all the money. So she broke in his phone, put his face up or whatever, and got into the bank account and took the money out. Now you could say she was stealing from him because it was against he didn't give consent, but if he were alive, he would have given her the money, because he was paying all the bills anyway. So she pulls the money out to pay all the bills, and then after a few weeks, he dies. He literally just dies. And then there's something about death that's so interesting because that's when the state and the government it jumps into your life. At that point, everything becomes like official and illegal, right? So now that he's gone, given that he didn't make any plans for his death, he didn't make any plans for this woman. Again, I believe if somebody loves you, they're gonna make a plan for you. If I don't make a plan for you, then I can't say I care about you. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't offend anybody, but I hope you'll consider what I just said. So he didn't he didn't have any plans because he was gonna be there forever because he's the man. He ain't never gonna die, right? Like a lot of us men think that way. Well, now he's gone. So because he didn't make any plans, guess who inherits everything that he owns? It
Has
ain't
to be.
it ain't the girlfriend. It's the
Yeah,
daughter.
yeah, it
The
has to be.
daughter. And the daughter, she's been heated over this relationship for years. So she comes in and first thing she does is she evicts the girlfriend out of the house. Now you're homeless. She's like, now you're homeless, you bitch. That's what she's thinking because she did not like this lady. So she puts her out and then she goes in and investigates and finds out that this lady was taking all this
I
money
was
out
gonna
of her
say
daddy's
nothing.
account. Oh, now you're about to be arrested. And all this happened, and he would, if he were alive, he would be vehemently against it. But because he made no plan,
Right.
now all hell's broken loose. The daughter owns everything now, and the girlfriend's just out there. So these are the things that can happen with death. And I hope everybody will just kind of hear these stories and just don't let yourself be the next story. Don't have your kids on GoFundMe. That's not cool. So anyway, I want to say thank you, Ken, for hanging out with us today. I appreciate it. Ken, how can people get in touch with you? Where can they go to follow you and participate in what you got going on?
So you can reach me at dynamicjusticecollective.org. I also put my email in the chat. I'll put the link to that to that organization in the chat. The consultancy, the site is live, not live yet. It's password protected, but it will be up soon. Hopefully, Dr. Boyce, you can share the link once that's up. And
Sure will.
yeah, so it was great. Thanks for having me, everybody. I really appreciate it. I saw the comments going. I mean, you guys are a mile a minute. This chat is live. It's wild over here. But it was great to have. It was great to be with you guys to hang out this morning. And thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. Thanks for letting me into your space.
Yeah, yeah. This is the space of intelligent black people, and I'm gonna tell you these are the black leaders, in my opinion. The B1 people, people who love the community, who are action oriented, and also who want to grow. That's what's gonna get us to the next level. It ain't gonna be no celebrities or athletes or rappers or whatever. It's gonna be people like that. It's not even gonna be the educated class. That's the thing. When it comes to wealth, educated black people actually, in many cases, have a negative net worth. So it's not all educated black people, but those who have not sort of hit that switch to understand like what wealth is and why it matters and how to obtain it, they're not even adding to our ability to overcome the racial wealth gap. So the people in this room are serious, man. These are just some of the baddest black folks ever, and I think that black leadership should be done by committee. I think all of us, every one of us, is a black leader. Everybody who has a space of influence, everybody that has a family, if you got kids looking up to you, wherever you're at, you're a leader because we literally push forward to address cutting edge economic thinking that allows us to really not just catch up, but we taking the lead, man. We are taking the damn lead, and it's just gonna take some time. But we getting that Ferrari's moving down the road 150 miles an hour, and it ain't stopping. So thank you so much, Ken. Ken, so everybody got Ken's contact information. Give
Well,
that website one more time,
people
brother.
keep missing the people are missing the link in the chat. So I'm gonna put it again here. So hopefully, and Dr. Boyce, I'll just send it to you too, so you could
Okay.
probably just
Yeah, dynamicjusticecollective.org. Was that what it was?
yes.
Okay, I'm gonna type it in. Dynamicjusticecollective.org. Okay. Dynamicjusticecollective.org. Okay. All right. There we go. Dynamicjusticecollective.org. His name is Kim Peoples. So go look the brother up. And I don't know if you have Instagram and all that, Ken. You on the gram?
I'm on the ground. I got a personal one. It's just my travel pictures. I like to travel, but it's only for people I know personally. So you can follow me, Dr. Boyce. And maybe when I come back to the B1 every weekend, I can open it up for everybody.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, the thing is that like people, when I thought about like doing stuff on social media, I never thought of life as a separation between the professional me and the real me. I always
Yeah.
want the real, I don't want to have to live that life of pretending to be something different. And sometimes it's confusing and it can distract from the brand a little bit. Like sometimes people get confused and they're like, I thought you were a finance professor. Why are you talking about the NFL? I'm like, because I'm a human being first. That's
And
it.
it's all money related anyway. So
It is. It is. Well, yeah, when you think about most things deep enough, you can eventually find the economic connection because money drives America. But I also just said from the very beginning, I said I don't want to be Mr. Professional all the time on social media. I want to have fun too. I want to share a joke. I don't want to be Mr. Serious and Mr. Work, work, work. Like I live life. I'm a dad. I'm a husband. I'm a human being. And after we get to know each other as human beings, now let's talk about wealth. Let's talk about all these other things. I mean, the credentials are there. You can go check them. But beyond that, though, I'd really like to connect with you and be your friend and let you know that I care about you. And then we can talk about some other stuff after that, right? So I would encourage you to, consider on your page, whether you create a new platform or not, let people get to know you. I think that we live in an age of authenticity. I don't think you have to pretend at all or hide and in fact, if you really get to where you're just really hiding like the real you or whatever too much, it eventually gets out anyway. It's just, so
yeah, I think you're right. So I don't think that's what's happening. It's just that uh like I have a personal Instagram and I need to make one for Dynamic Justice Collective. I need to make one for the consultancy. Um, but I just shit post about geopolitics all day. I'm not a good follow, trust me.
Well, you'd be surprised, brother. You'd be surprised, man. So, well, I want to say thank you very much, Ken. Ken Peebles, that's our guest for today. Thank you so much for coming in today, and also everybody. We're going to be back every morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, for our economic elevation, financial consciousness training. If you'd like to be invited into the private Zoom, and if you are not, don't get an invitation yet, just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will send you an invite. And we'll be back tomorrow morning, guys. So have a great day. And thank you all for filling out the survey. If you haven't filled out the survey, the satisfaction survey, please do that because that will really help us to zoom in on how to make this a perfect class. And bring your family and friends. It's free to join the live training, and I can tell from the survey results already that your overwhelming majority of you are elevating economically because you're here. And we're also going to work on that one little piece. I need everybody up in here invested in the stock market. That's the one mandate I'm gonna give you because it's too important for us to miss. So God bless you. Thank you again, Ken. It's great to see you, my brother. And everybody, you have a wonderful day. We'll see you soon. Bye bye.
Assessment on this because this is an interesting topic. It's come up a lot, and there's actually research on this. And I thought that it would be interesting as a form of financial consciousness to sort of talk about what I've seen and what's out there in terms of what the science actually says, not what some YouTube influencer says or what the manosphere says or what the womanosphere says, but really what the research says. It's really interesting, because if you ask that question, does it matter if she makes more than her man? Um, I'm going to say that I think it kind of does. I'm going to give you kind of a precursor to the answer to that question. A lot of studies in science shows that it can be disruptive to a relationship, especially a traditional relationship, if the woman makes significantly more than the man. And so what I'm going to do is sort of provide you all with some research and science behind this topic and some thought, just some points of thought, just some points of reflection, just something to kind of meditate on to heighten your financial consciousness. And then I'm going to throw in kind of a Dr. Boyce perspective in terms of a recommendation on two routes you could take to kind of deal with this issue if it ever emerges. I'm going to say this in the very beginning. My wife is not a broke woman. She had money when she married me. She makes money now, and I cheer her on to make more money, and I love it. I love it when my wife makes more money. Not maybe more than me. She doesn't make more than me. I am the one who makes the most money, and that does make a difference. I'm not going to pretend like it doesn't, but at the same time, I'd like to believe that it wouldn't matter. I think that what would matter though is if I made no money, or if I just was heavily dependent on her. And let's say and I think it would matter to her if I not only made less money, but I wasn't even working. I wasn't really sort of trying, because really that's a reflection of character. That kind of speaks to what did I marry? What kind of person am I dealing with? And so I think that there are a lot of variables that go into that whole simple question of, does the money matter? Or, and so what I want to share with you all first and foremost is this. Okay, someone says they can't hear me. Give me a quick yes if you can hear me. Everybody give me a yes real quick if you can hear me. Okay, I just want to make sure the audio is good. Okay, thank you, Denise and April and David Green and Marilyn and Pat. Okay, good. All right, so whoever said they can't hear me, I think you may want to check your sound. But then again, if you can't hear me, you probably didn't even hear me say check your sound. So so I'm gonna do my best to be supportive. All right, so here's what the science and the research. Actually, before I get to the science and the research, let me go to this interesting video that was done. You guys know that we support women on our platform. We have a whole platform called Fly Nubian Queen, which has about 500,000 people on it, and it was something that we just put together to support the voices of women, because I feel like women should be heard more in our society. I think we should listen to smart Black women. And so these smart Black women on Fly Nubian Queen, they do this show called Fly Nubian Money, and they talk about all areas related to money, and relationships are really deeply connected to money. As I've mentioned to you all in a lot of occasions, health, wealth, and relationships kind of go together, and they all affect each other. And so when you can't really talk about relationships without talking about wealth, because wealth is one of those things. Wealth and income, or the ability to have the basic resources that you need to survive, is one of those lower vibrational areas that or those baseline areas that have to be resolved before you can get to the higher levels. If you know Maslow's hierarchy of needs, speaks about sort of how you start from the beginning. You start from the bottom, where you just need food and water. And then after you achieve food and water and basic resources, then you start seeking things like security. So you'll give up your security and safety to get food and water. And so if you're broken, you're struggling, you have no place to live and things like that, you're worried about homelessness, then, this is why sometimes you'll see kids out in the street taking penitentiary chances just so they can get a couple of dollars in their pocket. You'll see maybe women in situations that they should not be in with men in order to get those basic needs met. I'm going to go and I'm going to sleep with this guy who might, kill me so I can pay the rent to feed my babies, because I'm at that bottom rung. I'm vibrating on that low frequency. My consciousness has just been pushed down to the point where I have to deal with the things at the bottom before I can get to the higher level needs, like security. And then there's esteem and validation and love and self-actualization and all these other things. So really, part of economic consciousness, in case you don't know why we do economic elevation and financial consciousness every morning, which you do this every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, in case you don't know, is because I want you to really understand those basic financial vibrational instincts and issues that have to be resolved so you can rise to the level you deserve to be at. Because a lot of us can't operate on a high frequency because we're kind of stuck in a world that keeps us on that bottom rung. In fact, I saw this video by the late Charlie Munger, who just, he was 90-something years old. He worked right next to Warren Buffett. He was worth billions of dollars. He's a real interesting guy. And he had a lot of really interesting things to say. And one thing he said that I thought was great, I love getting wisdom from the elders. I really do. And he said that a lot of people are unhappy. And a lot of the reason they're unhappy is because they're looking around at what everybody else has. They see that they see a lot of people that have more than them. And so rather than being happy about the fact that you have more than your grandparents had, he said in the Great Depression, we were really struggling. He said, we weren't as unhappy as you are. He said, you have 6,000 times more than we have, but yet you're unhappy because you're looking over at somebody else and looking at what they've got. And so I thought that was just the best wisdom in the world, because a lot of us can't even find our happiness because we we're not conscious of the things we have in our own life. We're not conscious of our blessings, but I'm really conscious of his blessings. I'm really pocket watching this guy over here. I'm really counting everybody else's blessings but my own. And as a result of that, that can create a lot of unhappiness. And so social media, if you look at the studies say that social media and the rise of social media has created a lot of unhappiness, especially amongst young people whose consciousness level hasn't reached a certain point. They're not even conscious of how they're feeling or why. So they don't know things that a lot of us know who were here before social media. Like things that we know is that if it bothers you too much, you should turn that stuff off. I know this. When I find myself getting too caught up in social media or fighting with somebody on Twitter or whatever, I turn it off. I say, I need to walk away. I lost my Facebook page. I don't know why Facebook hates me. I don't know why. I had 600,000 followers on Instagram. They just took them all. And but you know what? That was the best thing that ever happened because it disconnected my brain from the nonsense that I was seeing every single day. It was like, oh wow, I really feel like I can breathe better because I'm not getting ridiculous messages in my inbox calling me terrible names because of things that I believe. And so really, that consciousness is extremely important, I think, in terms of you being able to find your bliss and find your happiness. Because remember, we talk about financial consciousness every morning. We talk about economic elevation, and I want you to elevate your economics. I want you to be richer. I want you to have everything that you want. I want you to have every desire that you have. I want it to all be fulfilled. I want that for you. But what I also really want for you is the real gift, which is to have enough money that you get to the point where you understand the truth. And the truth is that money really doesn't matter that much. Money should not matter that much. You should have enough money that money is not important anymore. Money should not be the most important thing in your life every single day because there's so many things out there that money cannot buy that are so much more valuable than money. Your youth, your happiness, your freedom, all these, your family, there's so many things out there that are so much more valuable than money, but money disrupts those things. Our lack of access to money causes us to give up these things in order to get more money. When you don't have enough money, you sell things to get money. And you don't just sell your couch. You won't just sell your shoes. You won't just sell your car. You'll sell your peace of mind. Some people will sell their body. Some people will sell their freedom. Millions of people sell their freedom in order to get money. A lot of people will sell their youth. They'll spend all of those youthful years in your 20s and 30s when you're supposed to be happy, kicking it, loving life, living good, having fun. You'll sell all of that to sit around and be miserable because you don't have enough money to pay the rent. And I just hate that for you. If you're in your 20s or 30s and that's what you're doing, I hate that for you because you're not going to realize that the gold was buried in your backyard until you're too old to go get it. You're not going to realize how great it is to be a 31-year-old until you're like 60. And then you're going to be like, damn, I wish I was 31 again. But I can't tell you that. If I tell you that, maybe you'll hear it, maybe not. But you're not going to know it until you experience that. So I want you to have enough money that you can let go of the money and stop thinking about the money, stop obsessing over the money, and start focusing on the bigger picture. That's what consciousness is. Consciousness is the ability to see the bigger picture. It's the ability to see further down the road. It's the ability to have vision. See, consciousness and vision. That's why I call it economic elevation, because you're elevating. And when I elevate, I can see much more than I can see if I'm down in the weeds and down in the dirt and trying to fight with people down in the mud. Do you understand what I'm saying? Give me a yes if you're following what I'm saying. I hope this makes sense to you. Okay. All right. So let me share this little video clip. This is from the ladies on Fly Nubian Money, and there was a sister named Athena Gardner, I believe that's her name. She's a women's wealth coach, and she's one of the regular contributors on Fly Nubian Money. And she her and Jade Arendelle were having this interesting little discussion about, would you date a bus driver? Athena was honest. She said no, she would not, which I think is everybody's right to say that. Of course, you get the people that are like, oh, you're being uppity and whatever. I don't think you should worry about what other people think about what you want. You should want what you want, and that's it. So here's the conversation. I'm gonna play this, and then I'm gonna give you some research that kind of connects to this very topic. So here we go. Let me know. Give me a yes as I play this video. Give me a yes if you can hear this video. Also, this is on my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Finance. If you want to follow me on the gram and you want to join the conversation. So here we go.
You answered the other question when I said, would you date a bus driver? He was like, well, if I was single. So yes, shout out to Black Love in the building. Miss Athena, you said you would not date a bus driver, and I wanted to get your perspective on this, on the financial compatibility part, specifically from a financial perspective, what are the implications of dating within your tax bracket versus dating someone with a significantly different income level, or let's just put it out there, a lower income level?
Okay, so before I say anything and before the men get upset and all this other stuff, I want to say that character comes first, and I'm not advising women to date men just because of how much money they have, because whether or not he has money, if he has bad character, you might as well throw the whole man away, in my opinion. But I think we're underestimating the importance of finances within a relationship, especially when financial stress has been cited as the #1 reason for divorce, and especially in the economic climate we're living in. And especially when you're looking towards raising a family, I think, was CNN the other day that said, like, for the average household, two-parent household, to live comfortably in America now, you need like $200,000. So for me, especially as a single woman, especially as a woman in this day and climate looking for a family, I have to consider, can we even afford to have a family? Now, when it comes to relationship dynamics, and when the man makes significantly less, I'm not saying that he has to make, if someone makes 100,000 and he makes 80,000, that's not really anything to split hairs over. But if someone makes 100,000 and he makes 40,000, that can cause a lot of unpleasant dynamics within a relationship. I have dated a man who made less than me before, and while he was a great person, how a man feels about you making more than him is something that is not discussed a lot. And I find that men in those situations do not like it, and it wreaks havoc in a relationship that ends up dismantling it. So that's why I said, me personally, I wouldn't date a bus driver. Now, if there are other trades and blue collar trades like plumbing, electrician, HVAC, that can make significant amount of money, especially if they run their own business, that's a different thing. So it's not even like a class or blue collar, white collar. I think economic factors are important for us to consider and for us not to take lightly.
I like the way you answered the other.
Okay, all right. I assume you all were able to hear that. And that was Athena Gardner and Jade Arundel. And that's from Fly Nubian Money. And if you want, I mean, the ladies go out there every single day at 1 p.m. Eastern. So if you want to hear from intelligent Black women, and they can notify you when they go live. Just text the word Queens, Queens, Queens to 87948. Text Queens to 87948, and we'll send you a notification when they go live. And so generally, you know, what I sort of heard from these intelligent Black women, and my wife is also a participant in lots of smart people, you know, therapists and attorneys and stuff like that. So, but anyway, one of the things I heard from that conversation is that she seemed to feel that money does matter, and that this is a factor in a relationship, whether we want to believe it does or not. And she did a good job of articulating that this is her personal point of view, and also the fact that there are many, many ways to kind of get around the income disparity. Now, let me ask you all this. First of all, let's start with a simple question. Give me a yes or no. Do you think that how much money a person makes matters, does matter in a relationship? Give me a yes or no. What do you all think? Do you think it matters? Do you think it's just stupid? All you need is love, and if love will pay the bills, and maybe some good sex, and I don't know. Like, what do y'all think? Do you think money? I didn't see a single no. I don't see a single person who says no here, and in fact, not only I think some people think that maybe women might be the only ones who care about this sort of thing, but men do too. Men do too. And what Athena mentioned that was really interesting was she talked about not just it being sort of like how women feel about a man making less, but how the man feels. How does the man feel if he's not able to contribute the way he wants to, and he's seeing things happen and he doesn't have the ability to kind of shape the environment around him? That can be very uncomfortable, debilitating. I always say the word man is short for manifest. And so for me, part of my masculinity was always knowing that I had an ability to manifest things in my life, manifest things in my environment. And so to not be able to do that, to sort of have my environment shaped and controlled constantly by external factors will be very uncomfortable. I'd like to have a say or some role in the process. And not to say you can't do that without money, but I think it's really hard to do that. So, so with that said, let me give you all some of the science behind some of this, and then also we'll talk about just different ways to kind of process this so that it doesn't just come down to how much money one person makes over the other. Because one reality that, and this really makes me think about things like white supremacy and racism, is that studies also show that in corporate America, and was true on the plantation, there are places and spaces that Black women can be invited into that Black men cannot be. There are, my wife and I are fully aware that there are opportunities and spaces that she would be invited into as this, light-skinned Black woman that I would not be invited to, being this sort of outspoken Black man that I am. And in fact, actually, I've never mentioned this before, but the same university that she works for, they don't have a single African-American male on the entire faculty. They got hundreds of professors that work there. Not one of them is an African-American male. And she did not know when we got together and got married, I don't think she knew that I was invited by the students to speak at that university. We didn't even make the connection. It was so weird. It was back when we were friends. And I think maybe 2004 or something, I got invited to speak at that campus by the students. And I didn't, and I reached out to her. She was busy because she was really busy doing her thing. And also they had reached out to me about me teaching there. So I actually talked to them about getting a job there. And after they Googled me and saw some of the things I'd said on CNN, they just sort of gave this very ambiguous response that, well, we don't think it's a good fit. Right, which is kind of them saying, like, we don't want your Black ass up in here. And because it wasn't credentials. I was trained by the best people in the world. So they couldn't use that whole he's not qualified argument, because I was more qualified than every single person that they'd hired. But so the point of the matter is to say that generally speaking, when you're talking about, this is why I'm very, very insistent that when you talk about your sons and your daughters about economic opportunities and professional possibilities, that you just be honest with them. We got to be real with these kids. I think that the Black male is seen as very, very dangerous. Not to say that things are easy for women. Things are very hard for women in so many different ways that we have to understand. But assertive and intelligent Black males are just not welcome into these spaces. I dare you to go to Google or Facebook or wherever, and I want you to see how many masculine Black males you find working at these companies. The answer is almost zero. Very few people. So here's what I'm saying. When you're raising your children, this is true for really all children, but especially the boys, you have to give them multiple ways to skin the economic cat. They have to go into, anybody remember Swiss Army knives? Everybody used to know what I meant when I used to say Swiss Army knife 20 years ago. Now, some people are like, what's a Swiss Army knife? How many of y'all know the term Swiss Army knife? Y'all know the Swiss Army knife? Give me a yes if you know. So a Swiss Army knife, for those of y'all that don't know, is basically like this little thing that was a knife, but it also had a spoon and a fork and a cork, a bottle opener, and it just had all these little things on it. So you could do a lot of things with a Swiss Army knife. Basically, with a Swiss Army knife, you were prepared for anything. And that's how so that became kind of synonymous with being ready to do anything that the situation requires, to have multiple skills, multiple purposes, multiple options. I teach stock options. I talk to you guys about options all the time. Options are everything. Options are the cousin to freedom. So when you teach these children about economics, where they have a Swiss Army knife of options on how they're going to make their money, they're far more likely to be successful than the kid who was only taught how to fill out a job application. That you see, and what you got to understand is that there is a direct conflict of interest between you and massa when it comes to the range of options that children are given. Massa don't want you to have no options. Massa don't want you to have a plan B. Massa does not want you to have the ability to walk away from the table, because he needs you there. He needs you to come to work. He needs your labor. So he don't want you to have options like that. Just like when we vote, they don't want you sitting around saying, well, wait, I don't have to vote Democrat or Republican. I'm going to vote independent. I'm going to vote, Green Party. They don't want that. They don't want you to have options. They want you to have the illusion of options, right? So they want you to show up to this vast, complex economic system, this very competitive, very racist system, But they want you to show up and say, well, which job am I going to get? I could get a job working for white man A. I could get a job working for white man B. I could get a job working for white man C. I got plenty of options. No, you don't. We have not optimized the situation here because all your options lie within the very same system, such that if something goes wrong for you, they can boot you out of the entire system altogether. And you're talking to, again, I'm not no, I skirt on, I'm kind of a little bit of an intellectual outlaw. I'm as far as scholars go, I'm an outlaw. I was pretty much blackballed by the time I left Syracuse because I told the university I was going to sue them for racism. I had spoken out very, very proud, loudly about my experience there. I spoke about the racial disparity. I called them out for the fact that they had entire departments that had never in 100 years hired a single Black person. I don't regret any of that, but there's no way on that earth I could have done that and then thought that the university down the street was going to hire me because these people all talk to each other. They look and they Google and they say, oh, he caused these problems at Syracuse. We don't want him here. And that's okay. That's life. That's how things work. So it was options that saved me. Options give you freedom. So your children have to have options. This is my point. The biggest question that every Black child should ask themselves when they go into the economic system is, how many different ways do I have to make sure that I get what I need? How many ways are there out there for me to go get paid? And what you want them to really do is you want them to be thinking like, and it ain't got nothing to do with what kind of grades you made. It ain't got nothing to do with whether you went to college or not. And it ain't got nothing to do with all these other things that people tell you matters. What really, I want your children to be similar to my cousin who didn't go to college. And we were talking about making money. And he said, oh, money is everywhere. Money's everywhere. There's plenty of ways to make money. You don't want people to say, gosh, I don't know how I'm gonna do this, how I'm gonna find, because the money is everywhere. You just have to have different options of knowing how to get it. Where's your Swiss Army knife? So let me tell you what the science says about this topic, and then I'll give you some frameworks to kind of analyze and think about this. Just another reminder too, in case you want to get your kids ready with options, we do have financial flashcards for kids. If you go to financialflashcards.com, that's financialflashcards.com. This summer might be a good time for you to get them ready. Get them ready in terms of understanding economics. It's not hard to understand, but you have to pay, spend some time on it, and you want to get them ready in advance. So let me read the science here with you guys, and then I promised myself I'd make the session not too long because I do have to go get my wife from the track. All right. So here's a study from the Institute for Family Studies. It says that couples with female breadwinners report lower life satisfaction compared to dual earners and male breadwinner setups. Men particularly face psychological challenges when unemployed, affecting overall relationship satisfaction. There's another study from the Institute for Family Studies that says female breadwinners often experience a, quote, well-being penalty facing societal and relational pressures that can strain partnerships. Okay, interesting. So if women are doing better, society kind of punishes women, telling them, well, because you have that master's degree, nobody's going to want to marry you, or you become a doctor, then no man is going to want you, which to me there's got to be a better solution than to tell women to stay stupid. Like I don't get that. I don't really I never understood that. I never it makes me sad to hear that where we're sort of, they talk about having a culture of anti-intellectualism where smart people are just not as appreciated as dumb people. And I'm like, why would you want the Black community to remain stupid and unsuccessful? I just don't understand that. No, I'm never going to advocate for this idea that women should like burn books and run away from classrooms in order to be suitable for men who don't want to try to rise to the occasion, or at least show respect and appreciation for what you've accomplished. I've seen many cases. I've seen a few cases where you have a guy who's like a truck driver whose wife is a neuroscientist, and he supports his wife in every way that he can. He says, yeah, she respects me as a hardworking truck driver, and I respect her as a hardworking neuroscientist. And I went to my wife's graduation. I brought her flowers. Me and the kids were there to celebrate her accomplishment and to tell her how amazing she is. And that works. I just seen that work, and I don't get it. But then again, I don't know. Maybe I have to live that experience. I'm not a truck driver. No, shout out to all the truck drivers that listen. I know that a lot of you are there, but I have a lot of respect for people that know things like that. Like, it takes a lot of training to know how to drive a truck and be a mechanic and do all these other things. So you have your competency, somebody else has theirs, and I don't understand why we can't just have a world where I cheer for you and you cheer for me. Again, my wife is one of the most accomplished people I've ever seen in my life. Again, most people, only 1% of the population gets a PhD. I'm talking about a real PhD. A lot of people have these little fake degrees, honorary, and these 1-year programs. No, my wife did 5. There were 5 PhD students. Pay attention. In her doctoral program, there were 5 students. 4 of them did not graduate. My wife literally went up on that stage, and she went up and defended her dissertation while she was 8 months pregnant in a hot, sweaty room for 2.5 hours and felt like she was going to pass out. Like, this woman is a freaking warrior. She's running a half marathon right now and probably going to set a personal record. I promise you that. And then she goes on and becomes a full professor. Most PhDs do not become full professors. So she's elite among the elite. I love that. I applaud that. I'm proud of that. I learned from that. That inspires me. It's like, okay, I'm next to a really hardworking, determined person that challenges me and makes me better and more focused. And so is it the same as dealing with somebody who's hell bent on extreme mediocrity and constantly reminding me of how they're going to do less than I'm doing that day? I don't know how to compare those two experiences. I guess I could, because I've had those relationships, and everything comes with a challenge, and everything comes with an opportunity. And I think that the ability to sort of to have a level of consciousness, this is where consciousness can come into play, allows you to make the most out of any situation. So even if my wife wasn't this super duper high achiever, high performer that she is, I would probably try to find something I could appreciate about her. You see what I mean? Instead of complaining about the thing I don't like. Because I can tell you, I think when you get married, I think married people will agree with me. There's always going to be something that gets on your nerves. There's always going to be something where you're like, oh, Lord Jesus, there she goes again. Like that's always there. And I think that if that's what you focus on, and again, this is where consciousness does matter. If that's what you focus on, then that's what you're going to see. Whatever you focus on every day is what you're going to see. So part of consciousness and happiness and fulfillment, in my opinion, is being very conscious and clear about what you let your mind focus on. A lot of people don't know how to do that. And I had to do that because in high school, I had a big problem. I was very sad. I had some depression in high school, and I hate talking about it because it makes me sad. But I figured it out when I was about 19. I was like, oh, wait, I can just focus. If I just am conscious about what I focus on, then I can actually enhance my mood by focusing on the positive. So I committed myself to extreme optimism. And that's something I still commit to this day because it works. It's worked for the last 30 years. It's just every situation I say, okay, let's consciously find the positive of this situation. Let's consciously find the growth. Let's consciously find the opportunity. Let's consciously realize this too shall pass. And it works on almost everything, right? So I would tell you that maybe the same thing is true for relationships because no situation is perfect. And I think that rather than looking to the world, pay attention now, I think this is a big one. Rather than looking to the world to help you solve your difficult problems and work through your difficult situations, why not just look to yourself? I mean, rather than me saying, okay, I don't like this situation, I'm going to get into another one. And then I don't like this situation, now I'm going to get into another one. I don't like this situation, I'm going to get into another one. Maybe it's easier to just say, okay, I don't like this perspective. Maybe I can switch to a different perspective. That doesn't require you to move from one situation to the other to the other. And I'm not just talking about relationships. I'm talking about everything. Jobs. It may be, I had a friend one time who was in college. I kid you not, his name was Gilbert. And Gilbert was a really nice guy. He was 27 years old as an undergrad. I'm 19 at the time. He's 27. I'm like, what the hell is a damn 27-year-old doing in undergrad with me? Right. Well, check this. Let me explain. Let me tell you about Gilbert. Gilbert was crazy. He had transferred to 5 different universities. He had gone to 5 different schools, and University of Kentucky was school number 5. And I remember hearing Gilbert tell me about school after school after school. And what happened was he would get there, he would have big plans, and then the school wouldn't give him what he needed. So he would switch, he would transfer. And then he'd go to the next school, and he didn't like it there. He would transfer it to the third school. And I remember thinking, man, this is like, that's a lot of work. So in the reality in that situation with Gilbert is that I think even Stevie Wonder can see that the problem wasn't the school, man. The problem was you. The problem was inside of you. But you externalize the issue and believe that it's always the school, or they didn't do this, or they don't have that. It's like, no. So deep down, I believe that key to finding what you want in life is inside of you. That key to your wealth is inside of you. That key to your happiness is inside of you. That key to that healthy relationship is inside of you. So before you go digging throughout the world, dig inside of you. You'll find a lot. There's a lot there. All right. So let me read a little bit more on these studies about money and relationships. A Harvard sociologist, Sasha Kilowad, says that historical data shows that higher divorce rates occur when wives out-earn their husbands, highlighting the persistent impact of traditional gender norms on relationship stability. So when women make more money than men, it does increase the divorce rate, unfortunately. Also, she says, in another study, she says, now this is the Europeans, she says, even across Europe, male joblessness matters a lot more than just low earnings. She said joblessness matters not just lower earnings, significantly affecting relationship satisfaction, underscoring the importance of employment for male identity and partnership dynamics. So when a man doesn't have a purpose, like a lot of times, a lot of the purpose of a man, a lot of times, and women too, I think everybody should have a purpose. For a lot of people, purpose matters, and if you don't have purpose, then unfortunately that can just lead to a lot of problems. The idle mind really is the devil's workshop. When people don't have a purpose, maybe they sit around getting high all day or just engaging in unhealthy, addictive behaviors every single day, right? Well, I remember hearing this black man that was the driver of, I spoke for the National Black Chamber of Commerce. And the president was a really cool dude. His name was Ronald something. I don't remember his last name. And I met this guy, and I told him, I said, okay, now I don't want you to get in trouble for having me as a speaker. People have gotten fired because of having me as a speaker. I said, so do you want the real Boyce Watkins, or do you want the light version, the watered down acceptable version? Because I do know how to sound like a white man with black skin if you need me to. Because he's paying me $10,000 to give this speech. I'm going to do what he needs me to do. I don't want to get the brother fired. And he said, no, we want the real Boyce Watkins. I said, okay, you asked for it. So I went up there and did my thing, and it was amazing. It was so much fun. And the driver of the car, of the limo that they picked me up in, was this really cool guy, and he'd heard the speech, and he was telling me his story. And I was listening to him, and he was a 62-year-old man. He said he'd never had a job in his life. And I said, really? And he said, yeah, I never worked for anybody. And I said, what happened to you? What made you make that decision? And he said, when I grew up in a town where all the black men worked at the steel mills. And he said, when the white man took away the steel mills, they suddenly had all this unemployment. Nobody had a job. He said, so because the men didn't have a purpose, they didn't have anywhere to go, they would just sit around and drink all day and play checkers. And he said that's when the wino phenomenon occurred. Winos and drug addicts and stuff like that. It's because they didn't have anywhere to go. They didn't have any work to do. He said he saw that as a little boy, that all these men that he was supposed to be looking up to were literally just falling apart. This is one of the reasons why I think that we got to be really careful what they did to the black man with drugs and alcohol. It's terrible, and mothers as well, right? He said that's why to this day I never had a job. And I said, really? So what do you do? Tell me about how you make your money. He said, I don't have a job. My job is to go out and get money. He said, I run a car wash. He said, I drive this limo. I run the limo service. That's why I'm driving you right now. He talked about some other hustles he had. And he said, I have more money than all of my friends, because he learned not to get a job. He learned how to get money. See, that's why do you go to work? Give me one word. It rhymes with honey. Give me one word why everybody gets up and goes to work every day. Write the word in the chat. Let's do a financial consciousness exercise. I ask simple questions to get a simple answer so we can make a profound conclusion. Why do you go to work every day? Type it in the chat. Why are you here? What are you processing right now? What we're talking about economic elevation and consciousness. That's related to what word? It rhymes with honey. Let's type in the chat. Okay. So you go to work to get money. Okay. Well, instead of going to work to get money, why not just focus on getting money? Because some people focus on going to work. They act like going to work at a job is the only way to get money. No, the best way to get money is to get money. That's it. Get money. Like, what does that look like? Sometimes you get money by going to a job. Sometimes you get money with your side hustle. Sometimes you get money with the right relationships. Sometimes you get money by making good investments. Sometimes you get money by starting a business. Sometimes you get money by making some other move. But there's a lot of ways to get money. Going to work is not the only way to get money. He cut out the middleman. He said, wait a minute, I learned that the white man falsely trained us. And I'm sorry, I'm going to point out the white man. You know what y'all did. He falsely trained us to think the only way I can get money as a black man is to show up and serve you all day long and degrade myself and put my whole fate in your hands. It's like the dope game. Like, you were the connect. The money's on the other side of a fence, and you're feeding me through the fence. You're feeding me through the cage, just like a damn animal at the zoo. So like an animal at the zoo, I've been trained to believe that the best way for me to get food is to go up to the cage and wait for somebody to put some food through the cage. That's what I believe as an. My belief is that if I go up to the edge of the cage and I bark at the zookeeper, he's gonna bring me a piece of steak. And then maybe if I'm a dancing bear at the circus, the more I dance, the more food he'll bring me, right? The more I perform, right? So you're making the wrong connection. You're thinking that it's your performing that gets you access to the food. You're thinking that standing up next to the cage and barking at the zookeeper is how you get a chance to eat. You're thinking that standing in the corner in the food section is how you're going to get fed that day, when the reality is that the best way for an animal to get food is to learn how to hunt. That's how you get food. The best way to get food is to get food. All this other stuff is contrived. This is social engineering. They've socially engineered an economic system that falsely convinced you that the best way for me to get money is to go to school, make good grades, go in debt in college, fill out a job application, and then hope that the person who really knows how to get money decides to bring me into their system so they can give me a couple of crumbs. That's what they're doing. When you go in there, think about this. Somebody in that corporation you work for knows how to get money. They know what get money really looks like. They're out making sales. They're out raising financing. They're distributing their products. They're doing all these things required. They're acquiring customers. They know how to get money, but you never learn how to get money. You learn how to get a job. And the person who doesn't know how to get money can only go get a job for working for somebody who does know how to get money. And I'm not making fun of anybody with a job. I'm not here to job shame at all. I'm not here to say that. So I hope that does not sound like I'm doing that. I'm not job shaming. We're not doing that today or any day. What I'm saying is that our kids have to have more options so that we don't have these problems that we have right now. We have this problem where, because they've controlled the system so well, because they've contained us in a certain way, you have a scarcity mindset that forms in a space where there should be abundance. Instead of people saying, well, money is hard to get, jobs are scarce, and then people getting jealous of black women because they're doing well. Well, she thinks she's better than me because she's making 100,000 and I'm only making 30. Instead of that scarcity mindset, I would like for all people, especially my brothers out here, to have the mindset of my cousin who never went to college, who said, oh, there's money everywhere. There's money everywhere. There's abundance. Oh my God, the money's just falling out the sky. And so how could he see that? He didn't even go to college. Well, maybe because he was never kept in the zoo in the first place. He learned how to hunt. You understand? An animal that was never fed in the zoo goes out in the woods and says, okay, let me figure this thing out. Let me figure out how to go and get money. Let me go figure out how to get what I need. Right? Because here's the thing. If I have what I need and I'm getting what I need in abundance, then I'm not going to be jealous of you unless something's wrong with me. The only way I'm going to be jealous of you is either A, I can't get what I want, or B, my mindset my consciousness is so low that I live in a scarcity mindset where I start counting your blessings before I can count my own. I look at what you did, and it's a reflection on what I didn't do. Right? You're working hard, you're hustling, you're out making things happen, and then you being successful reminds me of how unsuccessful I am, and so we get to comparing ourselves to each other. And I don't want to compete with my wife. I don't. I want to cheer her on, and I want to say, babe, okay, you go over there and you get money, you get success, you get everything you need over there. I'm gonna be over here going to get some for me too. And then we're gonna bring it back to the table and build this empire together. And that's how you work together as a team. You can't have Black men and Black women jealous of each other, and that's kind of what ends up happening. And I think it's because you are what's the word? You're colonized. That's what it is. When you've been colonized, the master, who has the highest level of economic consciousness, is looking down on the colony, like we're a colony of ants, and they manage the colony. That's what I mean when I talk about financial consciousness and economic elevation. It's rising up. They're above the colony. You're in the colony now. Pay attention now. You're in the colony, and you're fighting over scarce resources. And he's dropping little crumbs in here and saying, "Okay, I'm gonna put a couple pieces of food over here and let these Negroes fight over that. And then we'll put a couple pieces over here, and then they all gonna run to the corner." And so, to some extent, remember, money is power. Money is power. So people use the power of money to manipulate you, to get you like, okay, we need more people to want to live in this city, so we're gonna go and put some money over here. Or we need y'all to we need Black people to all vote for this person, so we're gonna put some money over there, right? Or we need Black people to look up to this Black leader and not the other one, so we're gonna put money behind this guy and no money behind that guy. Do you understand? That's what sort of happens, and they freeze you out. They use they're called economic sanctions. And it happens all the time, but it's universal. We do it to our kids. We do it to our kids. We tell them, we'll pay for this, but we're not going to pay for that. Or we'll support you if you want to go to that school, but that university. But if you want to go here, you on your own. But you're still free. You're still free to do whatever you want. Just know, I'm going to really, really help you over here, but I'm not going to help you over there. So don't even, we can't even put it all on the white man. This is what me and my wife do this in our house. You know why? Because it's our damn house, and we're going to run this damn thing the way we want to, and we're not apologizing for that. So what I'm saying to you at the end of the day is, have a space that is yours. Understand money is power, and understand that when we train our children, we have to train them on all the different ways to become economically successful, because what that will do is that will strengthen the Black family, because then you won't have men that feel bad or inferior or whatever just because white folks want to hire a Black woman before they hire a Black man. If I was trying to achieve success the same way my wife did, if I was literally saying to myself, I'm going to do exactly what she does and I'm going to get exactly what she got, I would be disappointed, hurt, bitter, and ostracized. I would have been marginalized. It would not have worked for me. So the same strategy does not work for everybody. That's why your children, especially your sons, have to just know all the different ways to be successful. And this is and it's unfortunate that this is on one of the few places I've seen anywhere on the internet where people have these real honest conversations. The other strategy isn't working. The other approach is not working. So all you got to do, very, very basic. Let's walk away with talking points so we can know exactly how to apply this. Because I don't want this to just be a rah-rah moment where we just have these emotions and we don't execute. So very simple. Don't forget, in the Black Business School, we have what we call the Black Core of Three. This is what we're built on. We believe Black people should educate our own children, create our own jobs, and support Black-owned businesses. That's the Black Core of Three. I also, if you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, where we talk about the $5 a day plan. The Black Wealth Master Plan consists of three components. One, every Black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. If they're going to spend thousands of hours learning how to play basketball and football, they should spend at least 100 hours learning how to start a business. That's much more important than any sport that they'll ever play. Number two, every Black child should have stock invested for them as early as possible. We say by the age of 6, but really I mean by the age of 0. Really, I mean by the age of -6, as early as possible. Why? Well, because time is your most valuable resource. And the more time you have applied to allowing that child's wealth to grow, the wealthier that child is going to be. Number three, Every child should understand the difference between owning and renting something. You should know what ownership means, that ownership is a type of power. So every child should own something, right? So here's what would be beautiful to me. Is if you, let's say you're 25 years old and you don't even have kids, you're going to have children one day. If you start investing for your family now, and you know that also you're not just investing for yourself, you're investing for your kids because your kids are going to inherit your wealth, well, then you got a 10-year head start. So by the time, so your children are negative 10 years old. Well, that by the time your children are coming this world, you've already got a nest egg set up for them. You've already got them set up for life. And then by the time they become financially conscious at about the age of 25, that's a whole 35 years that you've had time to grow that wealth. Do you know how much wealth I could grow in 35 years? Do you know that I could be as poor as anybody in this room? I could be making minimum wage. I could be making minimum wage as a homeless man. And in 35 years of consistently investing in something as simple as the S&P 500, I can have hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of dollars in assets that I can then use to fortify and protect my children from a world that wants to harm them, use them, enslave them, and exploit them. Do y'all understand how simple this is? Do you get it? Do you understand? There is a simple plan that has dramatic outcomes. All it takes is for us to not waste time. So let me go through it again. The Black Core of Three. Write it down if you haven't. If you haven't written it down, I'm going to say it one more time. The Black Core 3 of the Black Business School is we believe Black people should educate our own children, create our own jobs, and support Black-owned businesses. To this date, I've not seen another institution built around that framework. That's where we're built. Number 2, the Black Wealth Master Plan. This will make any family that does this will be wealthy in a generation. Any family that does this. Wealth is not a mystery for us. It's a mystery for dumb people who don't think outside the box. It's a mystery for people that don't want to solve the problem. It's a mystery for people who are following programming. But this is not a mystery. This is very easy. The Black Wealth Master Plan. Every Black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. Number 2, every Black child should have stock invested for them as early as possible, preferably at least by the age of 6, but really as even earlier if possible. Number 3, every child should know the difference between ownership and renting, meaning what wealth does versus income. A lot of people think they're financially successful, but they're not. They think they're financially successful, but they're vulnerable. They think they're financially successful because they have a good job, making good money, and they have a nice apartment and a nice car. And then the girls all want to date this guy because they see his car, they see his apartment, they see how much money he makes at his job. And you don't understand, you might be signing up for a financial chump. You might be jumping into a financial sinkhole of unimaginable proportions. That is not a measure of economic success. How much money that man pays you at that job says nothing about how well you're doing economically. The number one measuring stick of economic success is wealth. It's wealth. And most Black college graduates have no wealth. Most Black college graduates don't have a positive net worth. I told you all, most Black college graduates, at least half of them, have a net worth that is lower than that of a newborn baby. I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm not doing that. So don't. If you're in the category, don't feel bad. I'm proud of you because you're hearing me. You're at least hearing me out. So what I just want y'all to understand is that everything that we think is connected to financial security, it only creates greater insecurity. It's not. No, it's wrong. We got to fix that. So anyway, that's it. I'm done. I'm gonna stop talking. It's 10:52. My wife's gonna be done with her race soon, and I gotta go pick her up. So anyway, before we head out, again, the Fly Nubian Queen thing. I hope you'll support the ladies. They pop up every single day at 1 p.m. Eastern on the Fly Nubian Queen YouTube channel. And so if you'd like to be notified when they go live and also get a free e-copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking, that's where I talk about love and money. I wrote this book almost 18 years ago when I was on the faculty of Syracuse. So I've learned a lot since then. So forgive me for anything goofy that I say in the book. But anyway, if you want a free e-copy of that book, you can text the word Queens to the number 87948. Text Queens to 87948. Number 2, some of you were asking about my wife's website. Yeah, my wife is a therapist. She sees clients individually. She sees couples, families. You can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. That's her website. And then third, the financial flashcards. You can go to financialflashcards.com. At financialflashcards.com, we have flashcards for kids that teach wealth concepts around real estate, credit, stock market investing, entrepreneurship, etc. Even my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I created a set of flashcards to go with that, so your kids can learn those concepts as well. These are I humbly submit that these financial concepts are the only space I've seen where there is a whole financial framework and an economic perspective that centers around these specific and unique challenges of being Black in America. And so I think it's the best on earth for our kids. It's really, really good stuff. So, so you can take a look at all that at financialflashcards.com. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Have a good day. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. We do this 7 days a week, every single day. This is totally free to anybody that wants to come in. And so if you want to be notified when we go live tomorrow, just pull out your phone and also text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. Okay, I'm out of here, guys. Thank you so much for hanging
and stuff like that. I try to stay in the 5 a.m. club. I was not in the 5 a.m. club this morning. I was in the 6 a.m. club because my wife's boot camp slowed down, and she I guess they had their graduation or something. So I don't have to get up and be out of the house by 5. So I sleep in until 6 now, which is quite wonderful. And anyway, so I got up and I was listening to what's going on in the financial world and what's happening in financial news. I like to try to stay on top of that as much as I can. And one thing that I saw that was really interesting that I think is an important kind of economic consciousness exercise that we can start the day off with, because I actually have as a whole other topic I was going to hit, but this comes to mind. How many of you have heard about the population issue? Has anybody, give me a yes if you've seen the discussions that have occurred about basically the world's population is not growing fast enough. Has anybody seen that? Especially in places like Europe and Japan and other places, the one of the challenges that they have is that people are just not having babies anymore. And there's I guess this what they call, I guess, the replacement rate, where they need a certain number of newborn babies to make up for the people that are dying. And what they're finding is that the numbers are not aligning, that the number of replacement people is not high enough to replace the people that are dying. So what happens in a country when you don't have a high enough birth rate is that your productivity drops. It's a wealth thing. Your wealth in your country drops because a lot of your wealth is related to productivity. Productivity comes from having young people getting up and busting their butt, going to work, making things happen. So here's what I want to kind of reflect on for a minute. And I think this is really, 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 to me, very telling. I literally came to this conclusion today. So let me ask y'all this other question. How many of you are old enough to remember when it was the opposite? When all of the discussion was in the other direction, where they weren't talking about not having enough people. They were saying that we have too many. Anybody remember that? You only got to go back like 20 years to find a time where the whole conversation was completely different. The discussion was not, how do we replace people? We don't have enough humans. Oh my God. It was, the population's growing too much. It's going to explode. We can't feed everybody. And then you have people like Bill Gates, going around, and they were like going to African countries and trying to convince African people to have fewer kids. And they were introducing, and it was mostly sort of, it had a little bit of a feminist angle to kind of tell the women, like, hey, you don't have to have kids. Like, you can be in the factory working. You could be next to massa all day, like making a minimum wage instead of actually being with your children. And I really fell for it. I was listening to that and I was hearing them tell us how we were going to have too many people and that I guess people will be falling off the edge of the earth or something because maybe the earth is flat. I don't know. I'm kidding. And it would just be too much and we'd all just die from starvation. So I just find, isn't that fascinating though? I mean, let's just reflect on that for a moment. I promise this gets back to the economics. And really, I want us to go to the higher purpose of really understanding the difference between God's plan, your plan, and massa's plan. Yeah, in fact, let's put it in that order. You have massa's plan, your plan, and God's plan. And here's what I want to go. Here's what I want to dig into. I think it's so interesting that some of the so-called smartest scientists on the earth 20 years ago were telling you that our biggest problem population-wise was that we were going to have too many people. Now those very same scientists, just a few years later, are saying the exact opposite. They're now saying that we don't have enough people. And so even in big countries like China, which there are things to admire about their leadership, things to not admire. They had that for many years. They had their biggest problem was, oh my God, people are having too many babies. There's too many Chinese babies being born. So let's impose what they called the one child rule, where they literally made it a law that you can only have one kid. So people are like, oh, okay, well, we want to help China, so we're going to have fewer children. And then suddenly they're like, "Oh my God! Whoa, wait, slow down, reverse the bus. We don't have enough babies. Oh, what are we gonna do?" Now they're going back and they're trying to convince people to start having kids again. I don't know if this is not confusing to you, then it should be because it's weird. So here's my point. Okay, so Africa has a massive advantage in this arena in terms of national productivity and economics, largely because there were a lot of Africans who did not listen when Massa showed up, with a Bible and a couple of dollars in a bowl of soup and said, you need to have fewer kids. There are a lot of Africans who still kept having babies because I think that they inherently understood that maybe God's plan is for you to have kids and for you to prosper. And again, I'm not trying to get hyper religious or anything like that. I don't even go to church. So I'm very spiritual, but I'm not religious. So you ain't talking to Dr. TD Jakes. That's not who I am. I love TD. I like TD. I think TD Jakes is a wise man, but I'm not trying to be him. I can't be him. It's impossible. What I am saying though is that I think that one of the strengths that we have as Black people, by the fact that we are spiritual, is that when you are connected to the universe, to God, to the higher purpose, which really is what economic elevation is all about. That's what consciousness is all about. Sometimes you just know when something just don't add up. So, sometimes you say, they're telling me I need to do this, but it just doesn't make sense. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. And that's an instinct. That's an instinct. I think the instinct popped out, for example, during the pandemic. I'm not telling you guys what you should have thought during the pandemic. I'm not judging whether you got the jab or not. I promise you I'm not. But isn't it fascinating that now that that pandemic is over, you're starting to see a whole bunch of people do a whole 360, like Chris Cuomo. Well, I used to say ivermectin was a horse tranquilizer, and I cussed people out because they used it and thought they were crazy. Now I apologize. I was just wrong. Oh my God, I was dead wrong. He's literally doing that. Dr. Fauci's in these hearings now. Again, I'm not telling you what you should think, but I am telling you that what my wife and I did, because my wife and I are both spiritual. My wife lives deep in the spiritual realm. She's into metaphysics, and I go with her to that place because I respect that. We just said, okay, when the pandemic started, we said, okay, let's just sit back and watch. Let's just really try, because we don't trust the government on that level. We don't hate. We're not conspiracy theorists. But I know that there are conspiracies. I mean, it's been proven. If you look throughout history, there have been many, many conspiracies where the goal is to control people. Right? Again, Massa's plan. Massa always got a plan for you. Rockefeller had a plan for the public education system. He clearly stated, he said, I don't want a whole nation full of people thinking for themselves. I need a whole nation full of people that are going to get up and go to work every day. So there are always people who operate on that higher level that are playing chess because their consciousness is different from the rest of us. They're looking down at us as a collective instead of sort of being in the trees. They're not in the trees. They're not one of us. They're up here. So they're managing the bulk of us. Do you understand? So to some extent, and this is the beast of capitalism, you become kind of a commodity. So here, let's circle back to the whole population control issue. I would argue that part of what was going on in terms of them telling people to stop having babies was probably driven in part, at least in the United States for sure, driven by this idea that said, if we can get more mothers to come out of the house and come to work every day, then guess what? Our national productivity goes up, which means we make more money. Again, not to say there's anything wrong with women working. I mean, I support all of that. That's fine. But what I really support is you doing what works for you, what makes sense for you. Because I don't think that we should just forget about our kids. Because I think that our children are a form of wealth that we often neglect because we're so busy going off and making that little tiny ass paycheck that you're getting paid at that factory. And in fact, actually, in other areas where I think social movements were used to manipulate capitalist outcomes was actually also, let's just, since we're talking about feminism or women and things like that, I do know for a fact that there was a time when they were trying to make more money and they were trying to get women to buy cigarettes. So what they did was one of the marketers, he said, I got this uncle in Germany who's struggling for money. His name is Sigmund Freud, and he understands the subconscious mind. So what he said was what Freud suggested was he said, you can manipulate the subconscious mind to get women to smoke cigarettes by realizing that the cigarette can be shaped as a phallic symbol. It is a symbol of the man's power because it's kind of shaped like a penis. So if you use certain messaging, you can convince women that they're taking power from men by smoking cigarettes. That even though one has nothing to do with the other, but by smoking the cigarette, it's an act of defiance where you've taken away the power of the male by taking away his genitalia. And it worked. It worked. And what happened was they would have these big feminist marches and rallies where they would all be on the little parade thing smoking cigarettes. So the corporations, they didn't care about women's suffrage and all the other core issues behind feminism. They just wanted to sell more cigarettes. And so to some extent, my point is to say that you really want to think about these things. And this is why I encourage you to always know the difference between your plan, God's plan, and Massa's plan. I believe that my plan definitely supersedes Massa's plan. I don't care about Massa's plan. I want to spot it and eliminate it so at least we can get to my plan. But then really my plan is limited because my plan can't match God's plan. Sometimes God has a plan for you that is bigger than the plan you have for yourself because you can't see on God level consciousness. God, they say God lives in the sixth dimension. I can only go up to the fifth dimension. I can't go up to the sixth dimension. So God lives and that's just me speaking mathematically. One day I'll bore you and explain what I'm saying with that. But literally, I know that God lives here and I'm sort of here and I'm trying to elevate as much as I can and connect to that. But I really do believe that God's plan is something that's greater than the plan that you can have for yourself because God lives outside of you. And so when I think about my own life, and I think about the dreams I used to have and the plans that I had to achieve those dreams. When I was 23, 24 years old, I had all these big goals and all these things I wanted to accomplish. And what was interesting to me as I look back on that is that the more I untethered myself from Massa's plan, because remember, Massa got a plan for a black man. Tell me if you know what I'm talking about. But Massa he has a lot of plans for black boys. When before you're born, they already have a plan for you. The first plan is to try to abort you, right? Make sure you're not even born, and then the other plan is to miseducate you or leave you uneducated. Maybe you fill up the prison so that they can make money from you in prison, or at the very least, at the very least, they can make money off you if you fall for these NBA, NFL dreams and end up working for Massa, whatever. So you live this life of struggle where other people are benefiting economically from your existence. That's Massa's plan. I believe Massa has a plan for every black boy in America. So fortunately, I was able to break away from Massa's plan and go to my plan. But what I realized is even going to my plan was limited. I untethered from Massa's plan by sort of saying, okay, no, this is who I really want to be. I don't want to be who you want me to be. I'm going to be who I want to be. And that required an act of rebellion. But then when I became more spiritual, I realized, wait a minute, God's plan was bigger than Boyce's plan because Boyce's plan was limited by what Boyce believed he can do. It was limited by my habits and preconceived beliefs of what success even meant. I didn't even know what success was when I was planning my plan for success, right? So as I learned what success was and what was really out here, and I began to get more exposed to the possibilities that existed in this world, and then sometimes by being rejected from the things I actually thought that I wanted, I started to see, whoa, wait a minute, there's so much more out here that I didn't even know about. I couldn't plan for this because I didn't know this was even there. So if I were to go back in time and talk to myself 30 years ago, I would say, you know what, just keep working hard and doing your best, be free, be thoughtful, and be a good person. And then you're gonna get to where you're supposed to be. You're gonna get someplace special, but it's so special, so unique, and so different from what you can even visualize that you won't know it until you see it. And so now as I've manifested or I've and I'm wherever I am right now. I really do feel that way. I didn't achieve my wildest dreams. I went beyond that to places I didn't even know existed. So what I would say to you is figure out the difference, right? Just know that Massa has a plan for you, and it involves, like, go to school, get a good job, and let us barely give you enough money for you to survive until you get too old to work anymore, and then you move on. But I don't think that's really what you're meant to do. And then also the other piece beyond that is going back to the whole conversation about population. I think that the Africa is going to benefit. I know that Africa is going to benefit economically because they have population growth during the time where all these so-called smart white people were going around the world telling them to have fewer babies. And those are the people, again, that say, you know what, we're spiritual, we're connected to something bigger. We have these things called intuition. Maybe our melanin just makes us naturally intelligent about certain things. And there's something that just says to me in the gut of my soul, in right here in my heart, I don't know why, I can't defy it with the science, but something tells me that actually my children are an asset, and that it's okay for me to want to have kids, that family is valuable. And in fact, there are very few places on earth where family is more valuable than Africa. Africa, if you study Nigerian culture and things like that, and just really any culture in most parts of Africa, you'll find that family is really, really important, much more so than America. Americans, we kind of lose some of that. We forget how valuable our families are and how important they are. We do. And I think also, this is part of Massa's plan, because if they can detach you from the family, then they can control you with the government and with the corporation. Just look at some of the social policies that they implemented in the Black community. We don't if you have a man in the house, then you don't get your welfare check. So the welfare check becomes the replacement for the man. And then you see what's happened with our families. And now what happens is that when you don't have that unity of family to support you and protect you, then everybody's out here struggling on their own. Everybody's out here drowning as an individual because you would have been strong as a collective, and the collective was chopped into pieces, because it's much easier to exploit a detached, disconnected group of people than it is to exploit a unified group of people. Another example where they do this in the economy is labor unions. When workers are connected and defending their rights as a group, and negotiating as a group, and operating as a group, the capitalists have a much harder time extracting resources from that group, or manipulating that group. So that's why union busting is kind of a big and a popular thing. It's happening everywhere. So in terms of, if you want to know how this population thing is going, let me give you a quick assessment on this as we kind of break this down. And then I'm going to actually go into the other part of my discussion here. So right now, basically, again, the scientists are worried that we're not going to have enough babies. I think that worry is ill-conceived. I think that it's premature. I think that a few things are going to make up for that, because human beings are pretty adaptive, assuming that we don't blow each other up with nuclear war or something. That's something that could happen. And I hate to think about that, but it's true. But one is, I think that there's going to be a lot of technology that will help people live longer. And so that's going to be longer and healthier. I think that's going to happen. Number two, they said right now a lot of countries are overcoming their population issues with immigration. This helped me really understand a little more thoroughly why the United States has such a sloppy, chaotic, ridiculous immigration policy of just opening the border and letting everybody flood in. It's gonna be a problem. It's gonna cause a lot of issues. But what does occur is that your economy is stronger when you have more people. So so what they're looking at really is that the good outweighs the bad, so to speak. It does not, in my opinion, benefit the average American worker if you got millions of people coming from south of the border taking your jobs. But what happens is that the capitalists, the people that own shares of stock and run corporations, are saying, great, we have a greater labor supply, which means that we can have more productivity with a lower cost of hiring these people, right? So they're getting more for less. That's why they keep saying, oh, the immigrants are great for the economy. This is so great for the economy. It's great for the overall economy. It may not be great for you. And that's what's creating the disconnect that exists right now, where they're kind of baffled. They're like, wait, the economic numbers are really strong. Yet if you ask an average person, they keep saying that the economic numbers are bad. They keep saying that the economy's bad and that we're in a recession, but that's just not consistent with reality. And they debate this, right? And I find it hilarious they have this debate. I'm like, well, the reason that you're having this debate is not because people are just wrong or they don't know what's going on, because that's what they'll say. They'll say that maybe it's the headlines. Maybe the headlines are so negative that people think the economy's bad when it's actually good. No, it's because everybody's economy ain't the same. Everybody's economy is not the same. A rich man's economy ain't the same as a poor man's economy. The economy for people who own stock, which I'm begging you all to do, is not the same as the economy for people who work for a living. That's not y'all. We're not living the same reality. It's like we're in the same house, and the heat is on the east side of the house, and it's freezing on the west side of the house. We're in the same house, but it ain't the same temperature. So the workers in America are pretty much being sucked dry financially by the people at the top of the pile. That's what they're doing. They've got them addicted to buying things, no matter what. So people will go in debt in order to maintain their the lifestyle to which they've been trained to become accustomed. And then so as they're going into debt, again, auto loan debt is at an all-time high, credit card debt's at an all-time high, student loan debt's at an all-time high. Workers' wages are not going up with the rate of inflation. So people are falling further and further behind. On top of that, when you've disconnected the family unit and you've got people thinking as individuals, then you minimize their ability to survive in an ever-changing economy where the resources become a little more spread out and thin. That's what's happening. That's why Gen Zers are getting killed. It's because nobody taught a Gen Zer how to survive in this economy. You survive in this economy by working together with other people. You survive in this economy by investing. These require levels of economic awareness that are not very popular right now. Most people are not interested in becoming economically aware. They're only aware of the pain that they experience from the lack of economic awareness that has plagued them since the day they were born. That is what's happening. People are aware of how sad they are. They're aware of how broke they are. They're aware of how mad they are, but they're not aware of how to fix the problem because nobody really talks about solutions. That's not what people do. So, with that being said, the other way that they're going to overcome this whole issue with the population is robots. AI and robots is another area where, from an economic standpoint, they're going to overcome the deficiency in the population. Is they're just going to have robots everywhere and lots of AI everywhere, and that's the wave of the future. So, just as an FYI, because we're solution oriented, I do have a list of AI stocks that I sent out to a lot of you. If you haven't gotten it yet, just pull out your phone, text the word stock to the number 87948. Text stock to 87948. I'll send you the AI stocks, and I'll also send you links to profit alerts. I did one this morning where I talked about an investment I'm making right now in copper. And the ticker symbol for the ETF, the copper ETF that I like is COPX, COPX. So COPX. So feel free to go take a look at copper, COPX. And if you want to really learn more about stock market investing and want to share a membership to my stock market class with your entire family, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. The first 30 days are 100% free. So you go to drboycestockmarket.com. There's hundreds of lectures, thousands of hours of material. It's easy to understand at any level. On top of that, every week I have a section called What Dr. Boyce is Buying, where I mention stocks that I particularly like based on my research. And also you can come to class in the portfolio power plays every Tuesday and ask me any question. So feel free to go to drboycestockmarket.com if you are interested. And yes, I do teach about ETFs. Absolutely. You'll know all about ETFs when you get in there. All right. So let me hop into another quick thing I was thinking about today from an economic awareness standpoint. This is a true story, and this is something that affects me dearly. So I'm gonna try to express it without being emotional. When I grew up as a kid, I had an uncle named Donald who was like an older brother for me. He was 8 years older than me, and he was my earliest memories were with him because when I was born, my mother was 17 and she lived with my grandmother and my Uncle Charles and my Uncle Donald and my Aunt Valeria. Uncle Charles and Uncle Donald are both dead. Aunt Valeria is still alive. And that was my earliest life. So anyway, with that said, it was downtown Louisville, Kentucky, on this street called Bowling Avenue, which now is kind of like a torn down neighborhood. I think that it's kind of fallen into significant disrepair. Not like it wasn't a rich neighborhood even back then, but now it's really bad. Anyway, so my uncle, I watched him struggle a lot. You know, he wasn't really able to really do well in life. I know that he didn't have a father figure to raise him and or train him on life and stuff like that. So he was honestly kind of a weak man. And then on top of that, he also got introduced to alcohol at an early age. You know, he was a little baby, and I guess they thought it was cute and funny. My grandmother didn't do this; it was his father that did this. So he would take him to the bar, and he thought it was adorable to watch the little baby walk around drunk. So they would give him alcohol, and he would get drunk. And unfortunately, this planted the seed for a lifelong alcohol addiction that he had later on. So if you ever want to know why I hate alcohol, that might be why, because I've seen it destroy people that I love. I've seen great men become horrible men and weak men, violent men, terrible men, embarrassing men, disgusting men because they overindulged in alcohol or drugs. Give me a yes if you've ever seen these things up close, and give me a yes if you can at least empathize and understand with why I just really think drugs and alcohol are just one of the worst things that ever happened to Black people. Not judging you if you drink. I know a lot of you do drink, and it's okay. Moderation, I get that. But really, I just don't see any. It doesn't bring good things to anybody's life, and it doesn't just destroy you economically. There's so many other ways that it harms you. Now, with that said, so my uncle went to prison. So he was my role, like he was my favorite human being on the entire planet. So imagine somebody that like when I would see him, I would get excited. I followed him around, all this stuff. And so I remember when I was 11, and I remember he went back to jail. And when I was 11, I think he was about 19, and I remember just sitting in the back seat of the car, and I remember crying like when they said yeah, Donald went to jail again, and I remember just kind of crying. And as I was crying, like nobody, I remember just kind of feeling like nobody cared. You know what I mean? Like this is another reason, another thing I'm very passionate about is mass incarceration, because I remember how hurt I was, because this person, like I loved him, and I was sitting in the back seat just kind of crying, and nobody, I felt like nobody cared, like nobody could feel what I was going through. And so anyway, I struggled in school. In like eighth grade, I remember I would sit there in the eighth grade and I would just write him letters, in jail. And anyway, so oh God, I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't damn. I didn't know I was gonna have this reaction. I apologize, but I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. So anyway, so the year my time with him was like really mixed. And eventually there was a point where maybe about 13 or 14, it switched. I went from being the little brother to being the older brother. Like I was the one who, like, because I remember just kind of saying, okay, this guy is struggling. I can't really follow behind him. You know how you want to look up to somebody, but you can't. You can't look up to somebody who's shorter than you, so to speak. And because he was not built a certain way, and I don't know if it was his fault of his own. Like I had to kind of talk to my therapist to kind of figure out how to give him grace. But I remember in a way there was like an anger, like man, I was so disappointed in you. I needed you to be my hero, and you weren't. You couldn't be, And so anyway, I kind of became the older brother. And so in my 20s, I remember him calling me. He'd call me to borrow money and stuff like that. And it was hard. It was weird, and it was more like I got to the point where I was sort of becoming more of myself, more of the person I am now. And I have a really strong father. My father who raised me is a very like disciplined, determined. He's a veteran. He doesn't take any shit. He believes you if you want something, you go for it, you fight for it, you don't back down, you do your best. You take responsibility, and these are values that my father was giving me. He wasn't my biological father, but I love him. And anyway, so I was kind of becoming that guy, right? Whatever that guy looks like, I was becoming him. Whereas my uncle was still kind of lagging behind. And the thing about prison that really bothers me is we don't talk enough about the mental health crisis, the mental health issues of just what happens to people when they get incarcerated. We don't talk about how their children feel, when their father's being taken away. We have so much empathy and so much sympathy for everybody else's pain, but we don't have any empathy for our own. We don't talk about just how painful and traumatic. Think about this. I'm 52 years old. I'm a grown ass man. I'm sitting here crying as I'm reliving how I felt when I was 11. It's hard, and it's embarrassing, by the way, to do this in front of so many people, but I'm going to keep going because God is telling me to talk. So, as we got older, and I promise we got to circle this back to economics, because I know this is about economic awareness, and this is why I brought this up. So as he got older, there was this constant drain of him always borrowing money. I watched him not just disappoint me, I saw him disappoint his children. I saw him disappoint my grandmother, who got older and could not keep bailing him out every time he went to jail or helping him every time he struggled. And so I learned from watching this. Like I watched this behavior, I watched this dynamic as this man who never learned how to become a man, right? He was always a little boy. And it's not so much his fault, right? Because there was no man to really show him how to be a man, right? And so he stayed a little boy even in his 20s, his 30s, and his 40s, and he would go to my grandmother, when she's in her 60s and 70s, and he would borrow money. Like, he wouldn't show up to help her. He wouldn't show up to help pay bills. He wouldn't show up to cut the grass. He would show up to borrow money. And he was also plagued by these mental health issues from incarceration and other things he went through, as well as drugs and alcohol. And so it got to the point where he became that relative that a lot of us have. A lot of us have a relative like that. Give me a guess if you have somebody in your family that reminds you of this, where they just can't get it together, where you just kind of feel like you can't depend on them. You can't, you're going to have to bail them out. They're never going to be there to bail you out. That's the dynamic. That's what happens. And these people are built like the world society builds that. Malcolm X, his bodyguard was talking about how it felt to be around Malcolm, and he started to cry. And they said, "Well, why do you feel that way?" He said, "Because Malcolm encouraged us to be men, and America wants the black male to remain a little boy." That's what he said. He said they want us to be little boys, and that's why. So if you ever see me get real pissed off when I see rappers or anybody encouraging black men to be immature and ignorant and ridiculous and backward, that's what it comes from. It's like we don't need little boys in the community. We need men. We need men that are going to lead. We need men that are going to build. They're going to want to think strategically, not these little cartoon characters that they give us in the media. And I think that's all by design, right? Because men build things, men create things, men break down barriers, men open doors, men protect, provide all these other things. Little boys just sit there and let things happen to them. They don't pay attention, or they don't try hard enough, or they give up easily, right? So long story short, I became kind of the older brother to my uncle, who became my like a little brother, who would call me and ask me for money and all that. And then one day, things just kept getting worse and worse. And then he became homeless eventually. And one night when he was homeless, and he'd go to the liquor store and stuff. And one day he got hit by a car, and I don't know if the driver says he was laying down in the middle of the street. I don't know if he was doing that or not. But that's what the driver said. And he got hit and he got dragged like 100 feet down the street. And he he didn't die. It was interesting. He had significant brain damage, and he also became paralyzed from the waist down. So he ended up in the hospital getting brain surgery and spinal cord surgery at the same time. He died on the operating table twice. And so, but again, because I loved him, I came to see him and did my best to help out however I could. It was really, really hard. And so here was this guy who didn't have any health insurance, any plan for the future. Like nothing was there where he could actually take care of himself in this really fragile state. And it was heartbreaking for me because again, he was my favorite person on the planet. So it's really hard. Some of you have seen this where you have to watch your favorite person on the earth suffer like in these horrible ways, just not being able to clothe yourself or feed yourself or use the bathroom by yourself, just stuff like that. And so then eventually, after about 3 years, I think he eventually got an infection in the hospital, and he ended up dying. And I think about his life a lot because it shaped me. I was very close to him, and it made me really think about preparation in terms of how you want your life to go. And it made me think about how many of us are not trained to prepare for things like this. He wasn't prepared at all for the expense of being in a wheelchair. There was no insurance at all on anything, and he wasn't prepared in terms of education or no saving, investing, none of that. It was like he was just kind of surviving from day to day. And I think sometimes that stress and struggle of just surviving can keep us from having the consciousness to sort of make these long-term plans and to say, okay, well, what if this happens, or what if that happens? Or how do I provide for these other people in case something goes wrong in my path? And I also know that when you take all that lack of sort of awareness and you compound that with problems like drugs and alcohol, as well as mental health issues, which I think can be connected to drugs and alcohol, right? Like people will say, well, it's not the drugs that caused him to do this. It was mental health. He was bipolar. But those two things are connected, right? If you are a person who has mental health issues and you self-medicate through drugs and alcohol, then drugs and alcohol are not going to help your mental health. Like if you're already a little bit bipolar or already a little bit mentally ill, the drugs and alcohol are only going to accelerate and accentuate and worsen the pre-existing condition that is inside of you. So I think they feed into each other. So long story short, I saw this man who could have and should have been somebody's husband and father, could have and should have been an asset to his own mother, could have and should have been a role model for me. I saw him just literally deplete himself and shrivel into this broken little person that I couldn't even identify. And so what this made me think about from an economic awareness standpoint, and I think about him all the time. He died in 2012. I think about him at least 2, 3, 4, 5 times a week. What I learned from that experience is that a few things, and I'm going to lay these things out as quick as I can to help you kind of summarize this instead of me just sitting here and embarrassing myself by getting emotional like that. One is really how we raise our children is so important in terms of whether or not they're going to be assets to the family. You have to really sort of decide and be very conscious and aware of, going back to the beginning, the difference between your plan and Master's plan. At the very least, your plan, God's plan, and Master's plan. So God has an amazing plan in store for your children. You have an amazing plan, or you should have an amazing plan in store for your children. Master does not have an amazing plan in store for your kids. My uncle that I just described to you, the sad part about his life is that I bet you that at least 60% of you can identify with another Black male just like him. I guarantee you that there are thousands of you that are listening right now who have somebody in your family who fits that damn description. That is what we call in finance, we call that systematic. See, there's things that are what they call systematic, and then there's idiosyncratic. Idiosyncratic is like a one-off. Like it's like, okay, I had a cousin who had one leg, one ear, and had an IQ of 170. That's idiosyncratic. That's a one-off. You're not going to have another person out here like that. You're not going to meet anybody like that. But systematic is where you see this same outcome replicated thousands and thousands of times all throughout society. I mean, you don't have to, you could throw a rock and find a broken Black man in America just like that. I'm talking about baby daddy, got a bunch of kids, can't afford to take care of the kids, no education, no preparation, no economic security, and kind of, and unfortunately been put in a position where they become a liability to the family, when that liability should have been an asset. It should have been an asset. So what I ask, and this is my friend's speech from the group Arrested Development. He's a great guy. I love this guy. I don't even talk to him that much, but I have so much respect for him. He did a documentary called The N-Word Factory, the IGA Factory. I'm not going to say the N-word because it's too early in the morning to be using words like that. But he had a documentary with that title, and I said that's a great title because what happens is that Massa's plan is to mass produce millions of young Black boys that become liabilities to the community when they should have been assets. God's plan is for your son to be the hero of the family. God's plan is for your son to be strong. God's plan is for your son to be intelligent. God's plan is for your son to be a leader. God's plan is for your son to break us out of this stuff. God's plan is for your son to be a soldier. God's plan is for your son to be a winner. God's plan is for your son to be a builder. But Massa's plan is for that little Black boy to be a liability and a drain on everybody else in the family. That's what Massa's plan is. Massa's plan, and this does go to economics, but this is consciousness. This is what I'm talking about, economic consciousness. This is costing you trillions. Do you understand? We've talked extensively in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I talk extensively about trillions of dollars in Black wealth that is lost when that son who should have been an asset to you is trained to be led to believe that he's going to be nothing but a liability. Ain't taking care of his kids, doesn't want to read a damn book, wants to be a thug and a igga and a gangster or an NFL player, and doesn't spend any energy wanting to be anything that's beneficial to anybody but himself. So this guy in his 20s, 30s, and 40s, who's quicker to pick up the liquor bottle than he is to pick up a book, who doesn't want to take responsibility for anything that he creates in his life, that is a massive drain of wealth in the Black community. And that is social engineering. That is by design. That is not accidental. That is not what God intended for your son. That was not God's plan. That so as hell shouldn't have been your plan. That was Massa's plan. And the reason Massa's plan won, I need y'all to listen to me. I need y'all to pay attention. The reason that Massa's plan overrides your plan and God's plan is because Massa's plan is intentional. Massa's plan is deliberate. Massa's plan was done with the highest level of economic consciousness. He thought about it. He sat down and wrote it out. They said, okay, this is how we're going to take over hip hop music so that we can control the minds of millions of Black males and get them to fill up the penitentiaries and to go out here and do all these other things that will fulfill every stereotype we have of them, keep them ignorant, blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid, and destroy and manage the Black community. His plan was intentional and deliberate and specific. Was your plan equally intentional? Were you equally intentional about saying to myself, I know Massa got a plan for my son. I'm going to make sure my plan is different. Let me tell you about my mama real quick. When I was 5, I've told y'all, some of y'all this story before. When I was 5, there was a white lady that was my elementary school teacher or my preschool teacher. And she sat my mother down and she said, I need you to understand how your son operates. She said, he's very active. He gets up, he walks around, he makes noise, and he doesn't follow rules very well. But she said, one day I saw him doing that and I wanted to embarrass him. So I went and I kept on teaching. I kept ignoring him as he was getting up, walking around, singing songs and talking to the other kids. And the way I was going to embarrass him was I was going to ask him to repeat back to me every single thing that I had put on the board. And she said, do you know that when I did that and he got up and walked around and did everything he normally does? And I said, okay, Boyce, I want you to tell me everything that I was just teaching everybody. She said, do you know that he told me every single thing that I've been teaching? He was listening while he was walking around appearing to be distracted. So what she said to my mother, she said that when your son gets to the public school system, they're going to try to medicate him. They're going to diagnose him. They're going to do all these things. They're going to tell you that something's wrong with him. And this lady, I'm not a person who walks around thinking that every white person tries to be evil. I don't think that way. This little white lady told my mother, do not let them put him on any medication. Do not let them diagnose him. Your son is fine. He just has a lot of energy. A lot of boys have energy, and that's it. And do you understand how critical that was when my mother years later intentionally, specifically, and really vehemently defended me when they tried to diagnose me or put me in special classes and do all these other things that would have derailed me? If my mother had not been specific and clear and intentional about pursuing her plan for me over Massa's plan for me, I would not be standing here talking to you right now. I would not be the man that I am right now. So what I'm really saying here is this. The world tends to move out of the way for people who know who the hell they are and people who know what the hell they want. So part of the reason that it's so important for you to be conscious on every level, and we talk about economic consciousness, and the economics certainly folds into this, but you got to be intentional about everything. You got to be intentional about everything. And if you don't know enough to have that clarity and intentionality, then this is where little things like meditation come into play. This is where you got to sit down and figure out who the hell you are, what the hell you want, what you want for your family, where this ship is going to go. You got to be clear. And when you are clear, the world will move out of your way. Part of the reason people don't mess with me is because they know that I'm clear. I ain't scared of nothing. I know exactly who I am. I know what I'm talking about, and you ain't gonna pump me out of nothing. And so I encourage you to understand the same thing. Because when you're not clear, what you do is you say, well, I don't really know what to do with my kids educationally. So you just hand them over to these other people, and you trust these other people who don't have your child's best interests at heart. They don't have your best interests at heart. They're thinking about other stuff. Oh, I don't know what I want to do financially, so I think I'll just take this job so I can pay a couple of bills. And okay, you go ahead and do that, but just know that they're not thinking about your long-term economic security. You have to understand these things. So again, I end on this final simple note. You got God's plan, your plan, and Massa's plan. So because God's plan is it has more clarity and more relevance and it's more accurate than your plan because he knows more than you do, then consciousness means elevation. Elevation means you're getting closer to God. God lives inside of you. That's a fundamental belief a lot of people have. So the God is inside of you. You got to listen to that. You have to, that's where you sit in silence, you meditate, you disconnect, you think about things, process things. And then once you've done that and you gain that clarity, then you make sure that your plan got to override Massa's plan. Because Massa ain't got nothing good planned for you or your black son. Nothing. your black grandbabies. Massa ain't got no good plan for none of them. But what is your plan? What is our plan? And don't tell me all day about what white folks are doing. I don't care about that, honestly, because I truly believe that when we really know who the hell we are and what we want, nothing can stop us. Nobody can get in our way. Nobody can. And that's what I want to share with you all today. And I hope that this fit. I did not know I would end up sniveling and crying and stuff. I didn't plan on that. I was really mixed about whether or not I should talk about my uncle because I'm real sensitive about that. And honestly, that experience was so significant for me that it drives a lot of my beliefs today. I'm really, really deeply offended by what they've done to our greatest men. They've locked them up. They've ruined them. They've either locked them up physically or locked a lot of them up psychologically. And this is something I'm determined to fight against because I think that we can do better than that. I think that God meant for something better to be for us, and I think that we can go get that. So I'm gonna finish up for today. Quick reminder: if you want to get reminded when we do economic consciousness every morning, just text the word "morning" to the number 87948. Text "morning" to 87948. Later on today, we're going to do the portfolio power play. We're going to answer a million questions about the stock market. The stock I mentioned earlier that I'm going to buy, the ETF, I'm actually going to buy some more shares right now because the market's about to open. It's COPX, COPX, because the price of copper is expected to go up because the demand is going up, which is going to outstrip supply. And I think that's an opportunity. If you want to see other parts of the stock market or learn more, and send me questions or see all the other stocks that I pick for the students, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. The first month is free. And then I saw some of you were asking about my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. All right. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And I enjoyed speaking with you this morning. And I look forward to, let me see, the Fly Nubian Queen channel has it up there as well. And maybe I can, I'm trying to think about ways that you can go find it. If you go look up Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia on YouTube or Spotify, you'll find it there. And so as we were kind of talking about this, and my wife is a therapist and her doctorate's in social work. And so love money, politics, intelligent Black people, things like that. And try to think about it, as two scholars might. So we literally lay against our pillows and kind of talk things through. And sometimes we don't agree. And in this case, this was no different. We didn't agree on everything, but we learned from each other, right? And so as we were talking about this, as I was thinking about Diddy, and in case you don't know the whole thing that's going on with Diddy, is that Howard University is having to really backpedal and kind of back off their relationship with Diddy because of all of his allegations and everything else. And this led me to really think about the nature of college and education and educated Black people versus intelligent Black people, or educated Black people versus Black people that have knowledge, and just sort of knowing the difference between education, knowledge, and wisdom. Those are three different things, right? Education is something that you can get. You go give a university $200,000, they'll give you an education, which is basically a piece of paper that gives you it's like your working papers. It gives you this piece of paper you can use that will allow you to go into a specific economic system and get a chance to go and work for one of the companies within that system. It's not going to get you enough money typically to build wealth or get ahead or go build a community. Right. In fact, most college graduates, unfortunately, don't have the skill to build anything. They can't go and create an economy. They can go be a part of an economy. Right. Those are two different things. There's a difference between knowing how to ride in a car versus knowing how to drive a car versus knowing how to actually design and build a car. Do you understand the difference? Let me know if you know the difference between those three things, right? If I ride in the car, then I'm going to go wherever the driver takes me. If I ride in the car, then I can't really dictate where this car is going to go. Now I can then maybe drive the car, which means I'm the boss. I become the HNIC. You know, I'm the HNIC. I'm running this thing. I'm driving this thing. But even then, my power is somewhat limited because the people who actually get to decide where the car is going to go, it's not me. It's the person who owns the car. Do you understand? So the person who owns the car, you know, they get me on the bat phone and they say, "Okay, Boyce," and I say, "Hey, I'm gonna drive the car to the hood. I'm gonna go to the hood today. We're gonna go back to the hood and pick everybody up in the hood." And the driver calls and says, "No, Boyce, now that's not what we agreed upon. I made you the HNIC because I need you to drive the Negroes to Beverly Hills. You have a bus route, and you're the boss, but don't act like you really running things up in here. You ain't running things. You're just doing the work. Do you understand? Like you're just implementing the bigger strategy that I decided to apply myself because this is my car. I own this thing, right? So there are so there's the people that ride in the car, there's people that drive the car, and then maybe there are the people who who own the car. And then you go even further, there are people who know how to build a car. So a person who owns the car gets to make every decision related to that car and what happens with that car, where it's going to go, etc. And then you got the people who know how to design and build a car, which for the most part, based on what we've discussed in our economic elevation trainings that we do every morning, those are people that I refer to as economic gods. An economic god has the infinite ability to manifest a reality. They can do what the founders of Silicon Valley did, where they went to these orange groves in California where nobody lived, and they said, let's build some computer companies out here. And they did, and and that became Silicon Valley. I don't know if y'all know the history of Silicon Valley, where literally about a third of the world's wealth is generated in Silicon Valley, where all the big tech companies are, Google, Facebook, and all that. That started off as just nothing. That was just a bunch of empty orange groves, and nobody wanted to be out there. So people, they saw a vision, they manifest that vision. And so one of the things that's interesting to me, and I'm going to go ahead and lay this out here, is that I believe, and this just came to mind as I was thinking about Howard and Diddy and HBCUs and some of the things that I love about HBCUs, but the things that also frustrate me, is that most HBCUs and don't really shape their own destiny. Like if to me, how you shape your destiny is driven by who's paying your bills. And when I look at the donors of HBCUs lately, most of the biggest donors are white people for the most part. And that doesn't mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't take the white man's money ever. Sometimes that money's fine and it can help. But most independent, liberated communities that have strong institutional infrastructure do not depend on another group to sustain themselves economically. They don't. If I go to Notre Dame, I bet you there are not a lot of people who are donating millions of dollars to Notre Dame who are anti-Catholicism, right? That's a Catholic school. And although I'm sure that they take money from people who are non-Catholics, they're not going to let somebody come in there and say, nope. You're up here talking about the Pope, and we don't like this Pope. So because we gave you so much money, we're going to require you to not mention this guy because that's our policy. However, if you go to a lot of HBCUs and if Howard University says our commencement speaker this year is going to be the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, what do you think is going to happen? I'm not telling you have to be a fan of Farrakhan. I'm a big fan. I know the minister. I lived around the corner from him. I like him a lot. He's great to sit with. He's authentic in terms of what he believes. I love sitting with Minister Farrakhan. But you don't have to love him. But what do you think is going to happen if Howard University announced their commencement speaker was Louis Farrakhan? What do you think? You think it's just going to fly through and everybody's going to say, "Oh, that's wonderful"? I mean, this man, look at the Nation of Islam. I mean, we care about the Black community, so we want Black people to have healthy, happy lives. We want them to be educated. We want them to be wealthy. We want them to have strong families. The Nation of Islam can do all of these things. The Nation of Islam, when I speak to members of the nation, like my good friends, like Brother Nuri Muhammad, I spoke to Brother Enoch yesterday. I just so many other great brothers and sisters associated with the nation. They are in alignment and willing to fight and die. They're one of the few institutions in America, by the way, that's willing to fight and die to defend and to elevate and to liberate Black people. They just are. I mean, they're kind of willing to do those things that would make most of the HNICs very uncomfortable. Like they're willing to go into the bad neighborhoods to help work with gang members. They can do things with Black men out of prison that nobody else can do. They can take a man. I've never seen an institution that can take a man that's on drugs and make him into one of the most solid, upstanding human beings that you've ever met. Tell me if you've seen this. I mean, this is admirable. This is extraordinary. You can't name another institution anywhere that can do that. Nobody else can do that. Okay. And why is that important? See, what I want you to understand, this connects to your economics. You got to realize that your community will only go as far as its men. It'll only elevate as far as its women too. And I mean, the women matter too, right? Because women are the mothers. You give life, right? You know, we know how important the women are and the mothers are. But if your men are down here, if your men are, 3 feet tall, intellectually speaking and mentally speaking, psychologically speaking, spiritually speaking, if your men are trained to be 3 feet tall, then your community can only be 3 feet tall. Your community will never be a giant, strong community if your men are kind of kept at this very low baseline level. And so my point is, circling back, given that the Nation of Islam is one of the few institutions in America that really understands these things and understands how important it is to build strong, sturdy, quality men of substance that you can build a community on, who will fight and defend, stand up for things, follow through on things, etc. I want you to really process why it is that HBCUs are not allowed to affiliate with people like that. However, if you go back to 2014 and you looked up who Howard University's commencement speaker was in 2014, it was a guy named Diddy. Now, Diddy, again, we know he has this recent controversy, and everyone has this selective outrage about, his past, even though a lot of that was already out there. A lot of us that follow hip hop know that Diddy was, under some suspicion ever since Tupac got killed. Like, this goes back to the 90s. This ain't nothing new. Some of y'all act like you just found out that some shady stuff was going on in 2023. No, it was go back 25 years. Come on, but putting that to the side, even in 2014, when they announced that Diddy was their commencement speaker, I thought it was kind of strange, and some of the students did too. Some of the students were feeling this instinct, but it wasn't confirmed or validated by anybody. There was no adult willing to sit there and say, you're right, you've got a good point. Because some of the students were asking basic questions, like they were like, but our commencement speaker, he dropped out of college, and we don't know if we want a commencement speaker who's going to tell us that our degrees are worthless. Now, I don't think that's what Diddy said. And also, there are plenty of successful people who never went to college. We've explored the critique of college, what it does and does not do for you. But that was a good point. That's a good point. It's kind of like, and then if you go deeper, and this would have been my issue, because again, in 2014, I was in my 40s, so I saw it differently from a 20-something-year-old. And I said, okay, so is this the best you got? Like, is this the best you can provide when it comes to Black men? Because Diddy is not so much of a man of substance. He's very flashy. He's very loud. He hasn't built a lot of infrastructure. For many years, a lot of people had the false impression that he had this liquor brand and he owned it and all that. And then you found out later that he didn't really own it. He was kind of an employee. He was kind of a mascot, kind of a brand ambassador, which is fine, but that's very different from being a boss. It's very different from building infrastructure. It's very different from building factories and creating 100,000, 200,000 jobs. And so what has occurred, and I want you to pay attention here, because this is cultural. In my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I explain that your economics is failing because you have bad economic culture. Part of the source of your bad economic culture is that you've been trained to really listen to the rappers. You've been trained to really pay attention to people who've learned a long time ago that it's much easier to say I did something than it is to actually do something. Right? It's I'm gonna get more likes on Twitter if I say that something's going to happen than I'm gonna get by actually doing the work required and making the 10, 20-year commitment required to build what I. That's why, for example, you've had 50 years of hip hop and you haven't had any black-owned hospitals come out of that, any black-owned schools come out of that, not a lot of black-owned businesses, not, and now think about this though. This is what's interesting to me is that I can go to a lot of neighborhoods where if I say, who are the black people that you admire the most? Who are the most famous black people in America, most successful people? A lot of times they're going to name people in the entertainment industry, and that's fine. But I go across the street and I look at the white community, and the most famous white men that I see are guys like Elon Musk, who are talking about, quantum physics on his Twitter page and talking about building rocket ships to Mars. Whereas I go over to our side and it's maybe a rapper 50 Cent, and we say, and you go to his page and go look at his page. It's very there's a lot of childish stuff on there. There's a lot of it's comedy. It's childish comedy. And so what this does when you're childish and you're comedic and you're loud and you're boisterous, that's very childish behavior. And you cannot have a community that gets built when your so-called leaders are children. The thing about Diddy that's interesting to me is that he, to me, is like a black Peter Pan. And I'm going to offend a lot of people when I talk like this, but it's okay. When men talk, children get offended. He's a Peter Pan because if you look at his behavior in 2024 and the things he did to be cool and popular in 2024, it was very, very similar to what he did in 1998. I saw this man for 20-something years, and I said, this man has not changed. I've changed. I got older. You get in the 40s, your knees start creaking. You get a little gray in your beard. I finished my doctorate. I became I traveled around the world and became a scholar and started doing other things and tried to partner with other people to grow. I got married, raised kids. This guy kind of just was always dancing a lot. He was always dancing. And I was like, man, it must be hard to do all that dancing when you're like 55 years old. What are you going to do when you're 60? And so what I'm saying, and this comes out, it always comes out the wrong way. It comes out the wrong way because I think that we've been trained to think the wrong way for so long. If you've been trained to drive 100 miles an hour to the north, it's going to be it's going to jolt you when somebody turns the car around and says, let's go south, right? It's going to be very confusing. It's going to twist your neck. You're not going to get it. You're going to be mad about it. And I get it. Some people will get mad about it. But I really think that you have to really process and consider the fact that there is a connection between broken Black economics and who you're actually looking up to for economic guidance. Remember, Howard University is an institution that's really, it's a great institution in the sense that there are great people affiliated with Howard. I know some of them. But it's interesting that you would choose a Diddy for your commencement speaker when right down the street, you have the greatest economic thinker in the 20th century, Dr. Claude Anderson, right down the block, the author of Powernomics. And you've never invited him to your campus once because you're not allowed to. You're allowed to bring the clowns to campus. You're allowed to bring, misguided Negroes who are going to guide Black people into a ditch, who are going to encourage us to drink more liquor, beat up women, behave like rappers, and be goofballs. But you're not interested in bringing the man who's going to have a serious conversation about the fact that if you don't learn how to own something, they are going to kick you in your ass. If you never grow up, and especially the men, if you don't grow up and grow some balls and learn how to start creating things, building things, creating jobs, developing industry, building infrastructure, you will never find your way out of slavery. You will never. Liberation for Black people does not come through a donation from Mackenzie Bezos. I'm not saying that Mackenzie, that's the wife of the founder of Amazon, Jeff Bezos. She's given lots of money to lots of people, and I love her. Bless her heart for that. I love her, the fact that she's doing this. But that ain't gonna give you liberation. That's welfare. That's welfare. And again, It's not bad. It doesn't mean you shouldn't keep taking it. Free money is okay. But the problem is in economics, there's a saying that says there's no such thing as a free lunch. There's no such thing as a free lunch. So when you have your strongest, supposedly strongest institutions that are sitting and waiting for a white man or white woman to write a check, what you don't understand about money, now remember, money is my thing. My PhD is in money. What you have yet to understand fully, and this is what I want you to be conscious about. This is our consciousness exercise for today, is to understand that sometimes when you get that check and you think that it's making your life better and making your life easier, you're being handed a blanket that is filled with smallpox. It is a Trojan horse. If you go up in the hood, a lot of people maybe knew like the neighborhood dope dealer, right? Who would appear to be the nice guy, and he would be somebody that stepped in maybe because you didn't have a dad or whatever, and you need lunch money. He give you a little lunch money. Here you go, and maybe he would even tell you, make sure you stay in school, boy. Make sure like that kind of street wisdom. And then next thing you know, something else happens, with your mama, or you don't have enough food. He brings by groceries and gives you a little money or whatever. Well, at some point, here's what's happening is that he's not necessarily harming you in the moment. He's not asking you for anything. He's not. He's not saying, here, I'm gonna give you this money. I need you to go smoke some crack. He's not doing that. But what he's done though is he's bought your affiliation. He's bought your loyalty. Now, no matter what he does, no matter how terrible he becomes, because he's going to have to be terrible at some point. That's how he became the kingpin of the neighborhood. You're pretty much unable to really do anything about that. Or if he does need a favor, if he does call in a favor, you better deliver. You better deliver, because if you don't, then there will be consequences. You're going to lose the support that you've been receiving, and it might be even worse than that. And to some extent, economic power operates in the same way. When those other folks, and let's particularly talk about communities that are known for being very good at economic warfare. And I'm going to go ahead and point the finger at the people that are connected to what's happening right now in the Middle East. I'm not going to say it because I don't even want to even start that kind of static, but y'all know who I'm talking about. And I'm not saying that they're all bad. I'm not saying that everybody's trying to be sinister, but what I'm saying is that there is a long history of us being told that, hey, these are your friends. These people want to help you. This guy owns a record label. He wants to sign black artists, right? Or whatever it is. Or they want to make a donation to your institution because your struggle is similar to our struggle. And then what always occurs, inevitably this occurs, at some point, the rubber meets the road, right? At some point, a situation presents itself that becomes a conflict of interest. At some point, you as a black person says, no, we need to go this way. And then what happens? You get that little phone call. Hello, president of such and such university. This is Mr. Big Donor who gave you $100 million to build your stadium. And I really think you might want to reconsider inviting Farrakhan to speak at your graduation because he's anti-Semitic and it's proven. And you say, well, what made him anti-Semitic? How did he become that? Well, because we said so, and because we wrote the damn check, and because you better do what the hell we say, or we're gonna break your plate. That's what it comes down to. That's what it just boils down to. It boils down to the fact that throughout most of history, I can't think of a single time. In fact, there is no time that any group of people has ever been able to be liberated and so-called free who could not pay their own bills. Tell me if you can understand. Tell me if you agree with this. Not just on an aggregate level. We don't have to talk about the big picture, like politically and nationally. Let's talk about individually. Do you think that a man or woman can truly be free if they never ever learn how to pay their own bills? Like, a lot of y'all got kids in the house. We got kids in the house that think that they grown. They think that they can do whatever they want. They think they running things. And sometimes we let them think that they're running things. We sit back passively and we allow them to just exist and to live. And we don't intervene unless we have to. But when the rubber meets the road and you get to the point where you want to do something that is not in alignment with our vision for this family, That's when I pull out the trump card on you. That's when I'm slamming the big joker on the table. That's when I'm stepping in and saying, "Oh, wait, you thought that because we didn't bother you that you actually pay bills up in here. You really thought that was your room? No, that's not. No, you locking the door on your. No, that's not your room. That's my room actually. I'm letting you live there. Do you understand? Like I'm being nice to you, but I'm about to put this big joker on the table to let you know you thought you was gonna win with your little king of spades, didn't you? That's what you thought you gonna run the table with a king of spades. I was letting you win. I was letting you have the illusion of power. You had the illusion of freedom, but you're not really free. Pinocchio will never be a real boy. The only time you're ever going to be free, Negro, is when you're out of this house and paying your own bills. That's now, I'm not saying you got to go. I'm not pushing you out. I'm never going to do that. But I need you to understand who's really in charge. And in this particular situation, I'm going to have to put some boundaries on your behavior. And those are real conversations. A lot of you have had these conversations with your kids. I have I'm the bonus dad and I love my children. I really do. I love all my children. I have one biological child, but a lot of kids I just scoop them up because I just love supporting Black children and they're a blessing to me. And my oldest son is 6'9", so he's much taller than me, and he looks down at me and I'm like, you're taller than me physically, but I'm about 12 feet tall. So in this house, you're not, don't challenge me in that way because it's going to be ugly. It's going to be uncomfortable for both of us. So I need you to go ahead and just submit, just accept the fact that you're the 20-year-old who can't pay his own bills, and I'm the 52-year-old who ain't scared of shit. And then we'll get along much better at that point because I want to mentor you. I want to help you. I want to help you become a man. Right, because you're a great man. I want you, but see, so here's my point. I'm being silly here, but y'all get the point. You can't have freedom. You can't really control nothing. You can't really run nothing until you're willing to make the sacrifice required to do that. And the problem that I have with the rappers is that the rappers are really good at talking a lot. They're really good at telling you, I'm the boss of this and I'm doing that and I'm running this and I'm running that. And it creates this culture where you have a lot of fast talking men in your community. Tell me if you know Negroes like this. A lot of y'all know guys like that. That'll talk all day about what they gonna do and I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that, and then won't follow up with anything. Literally will say I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna be there Tuesday, girl. I'm gonna pick you up. I'm gonna take you to the restaurant. We're gonna do it, and don't follow through. And that's because they were never taught that. They were never really taught what is required to see. The thing is, freedom requires sacrifice. And I don't think we have a culture that really encourages tremendous sacrifice. In terms of when we're speaking about wealth, for example, when we talk about wealth as being delayed gratification, uh, a preparation culture as opposed to a reaction culture, a culture that instead of being reactive, you're proactive, you prepare, you build, you work, you do the work, you quietly work along and build the infrastructure you need in order to secure your freedom. So when you talk about financial freedom, here's what I want to get to on this so you can understand what financial freedom looks like. A lot of people don't even know what financial freedom looks like. A lot of people think financial freedom means having a whole bunch of money. That is not true. That is not true. There are lots of $10 million slaves out here. There are people that make $100 million a year who have less freedom than Kunta Kinte did in the book Roots. Like you have a lot of $100 million Kunta Kintes out here. So don't think that having lots of money is the only way to economic freedom. Economic freedom pretty much means that you can make the decisions that work best for you without money being a barrier for you to make those decisions. So sometimes that means having more resources that allow you to make critical decisions without anyone's interference. Like, for example, the 6'9", 20-year-old that I told, he needs to learn to pay his own bills, and then he gets to decide what he's going to do that day. But another aspect of that is knowing the difference, which something that so we don't talk enough about this, knowing the difference between good money and bad money. Understanding one clear idea, and some rappers get this. My friend Immortal Technique, one of the greatest rappers of all time, and when I say my friend is kind of loose, but we talked 2 times and we talked for 2 hours because he's so intelligent. I just respect smart people, and so one thing that he talked about extensively in the interview I saw, and I agree with this 100%, is that all money ain't good money. All money ain't good money. And I don't know if we really know that. I don't really know if we are always aware. I think sometimes we get lulled to sleep into thinking that we have more friends than we do. I don't think that we understand that, just like that little kid who doesn't understand that that drug dealer who offered to buy you the candy bar, that he's not doing it just because he's trying to be nice. He's buying something from you. He's buying loyalty from you. Right. And sometimes that's okay. I'm not saying the drug dealer is not capable of doing something good. I'm just saying that a financially conscious person would say, no, 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 Tyrone, we give the nice man his money back, because we don't want to be we don't want to be connected to none of that. Right. And that to me is what the HBCUs, or what a lot of Black institutions, don't get. They will take this money and and because it appears to have no strings attached, but they don't understand that most people, when they give you $100 million, they may not ask for anything explicitly, but they're definitely expecting that you're not going to do something that they vehemently disagree with. So that might mean something political. It might mean, if I'm Mackenzie Bezos and I give you $100 million and I'm pro-choice, and you happen to be pro-life, no, you can't be pro-life now. You can't. You're bringing this speaker to your campus who's going to talk about the millions of Black babies that get aborted every year. Oh, that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable. But and then you say, but wait, you told us that the money came with no strings attached. Pay attention. And then she says, no. I'm not saying that the money is that I'm using the money to control your behavior. I'm just saying that I don't feel comfortable supporting an institution that would bring in a crazy radical speaker who would say something like that, because speakers like that are dangerous. That's what they do. That's what people do. They say, you're free to do what you want, but you're not free to do what you want and still get my money at the same time. Do you understand? Does that make sense? And I do that a lot too. We all do it. Money is power. See, this is not, I'm not accusing them of doing something different from what we've done with the kids. When the 17-year-old comes in and tells me what she want to do, what me and her mother will say, well, you're free to do whatever you want, but you're not gonna do but you're not gonna have an iPhone when you go do it. And also you're gonna be grounded after it's done. But you go and do you, girl, do you, girl. Just don't ask me for no money, because I'm not gonna support that. Do you understand? So this is my point. My point is to say that Black economics, and those who understand what economic power looks like, books like Powernomics needs to be required reading at every HBCU in America. Any Black person that wants to be free, that wants to understand what freedom looks like, needs to read books like Powernomics. Because all this stuff, you have so many, do you know how many educated Negroes there are who are miserable? Do you know how many Black people that went to school, got all the fancy degrees and all the credentials, and even got the good job, are coming home every day and having to drink themselves to sleep because they're so stressed out? I mean, really, do you know how many people literally are like, wait, I'm supposed to be living the dream. I'm successful. I'm supposed, but I don't feel successful. Well, you need to start listening to yourself. That pain in your gut that you're ignoring because people are telling you that it's not real, that pain in your gut comes from the fact that something's off balance, something ain't right. That recipe, like you got a recipe for what was supposed to be delicious chicken parmesan or something, but you're like, this doesn't taste good. It tastes like nasty. Like, that's because somebody put rat poison in the damn recipe. But you going along eating the rat poison, thinking that it's health food, because you're not listening to yourself. You're not listening to the universe. The universe tells you what freedom feels like. The universe tells you what God will tell you, everything you need to know about what it means to be a liberated Black person. I kid you not. Some of y'all don't listen to the universe. You don't listen to yourself. You don't listen to God, and all that's inside of you. And what I mean by that is that I don't even a dog knows the difference between what it feels like to be free and not free. Dogs don't go to college. Dogs don't have bachelor's degrees. Dogs don't even read books. But a dog don't need to know how to read to know what it feels like to be a free dog versus being a dog that's in captivity. So you are the dog to some extent. Some of us, many of us, are like the dog that is in captivity, that's being told every day that you're free. Just like when we go vote, you know, we vote and they tell you that you're in a free democracy and all that. And then, but you're like, if I'm free, then how come I only got two choices? How come you're giving me like one old man, one old crusty man against another old crusty man? That's not the choice I would want to make. I don't like either one of these people, but they're like, no, but you have freedom. You have to exercise your freedom. You have to, we're going to require you, we're going to pressure you to exercise your freedom to vote, right? So you're so free that everybody's pressuring you to go and do something that you may not feel comfortable doing. Well, that's not freedom. And some of you are aware of that. And then maybe some people aren't. I don't know. But I'm telling you that freedom, financial freedom, could either come from having the resources to make the decisions that you need to make without resources being a constraint, and then two, having the discipline to not take resources from people that are going to have an agenda that is different from your own, or being able to walk away from money. The ability to walk away from money in financial consciousness is just as important as the ability to go find it. Let me say that again. When we talk about every day, this is what we do: economic elevation, financial consciousness training. We do this every single morning. The ability to walk away from money is just as important as the ability to find it. Do you understand? When you talk about freedom, you talk about economic consciousness, the ability to walk away from money is just as important as the ability to find it. Just like eating food, the ability to find food is not the only thing you should be thinking about when you're talking about how to eat enough to be healthy. You also have to know which food you don't want to eat. You have to know which food is going to poison you. You have to be able to have that discernment. And I don't think that our economic discernment is very high. You know why? Because beggars can't be choosy. Your HBCUs, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but y'all some begging Negroes. Y'all begging every year. It's all about, oh, we can't do this, we can't pay the bill, we don't be struggling. Blah, blah. Beggars can't be choosy. So when a beggar is hungry, a beggar can't, you hand a beggar a McDonald's cheeseburger that's got some rat poison in it. Oh, he better eat that thing. He's not gonna be like, well, actually, I wanted a salad, and I was wondering if you could go to Chipotle and get me a chicken bowl with the quinoa. Yeah, like he can't do that. He can't be picky. He can't say, well, I was hoping to get something healthy. No, you can't. You're not in a position to be choosy. So you're gonna eat whatever they feed you. So here's what I'm saying. I'm solution oriented on this. You have to have a whole generation. This is a national emergency. This must be code red, state of high alert. You need an army of young people that are trained on powernomics related principles who are going to go out in this world and learn how to build something. You got to have 10 million entrepreneurs, 10 million investors, 10 million wealth builders, 10 million people trying to own real estate. You got to have more black people trying to build wealth with the skill of wealth building. You got to have more of them than you got basketball players, football players, rappers, twerkers, and everything else you got. You're mass producing people that know how to twerk. You're mass producing people that can bust a rap, but you also need to mass produce people that are going to go create a job and build a business that even understand how to do that. And that's two steps. First, they have to understand that it's important. And then second, they got to know how to do it the right way. A lot of people don't know how to do it the right way because you spent 12 years learning how to twerk, or 12 years learning whatever the hell they teaching in these damn schools. They show as hell ain't teaching them how to read, write, and do math. They're not doing that. They're show as hell not teaching them nothing about money. So I don't know what the hell they teaching them in public school. I don't know if they teaching them how to use proper pronouns and to know if a boy is actually a girl. I have no idea what they're teaching, but whatever it is, they're not teaching them what they need to know. And the thing about it is it ain't just the public schools. It happens at the college level too. I'm a college professor. That's what I do. I taught at the University of Kentucky, Indiana University, Syracuse University, etc. I also wanted to teach at Howard. I interviewed at Howard. I went there and said, hey, I'd like to be on the faculty. And I got interviewed by a fucking Chinese man. Why in the hell, excuse my French, I'm not going to cuss anymore. I was like, why in the hell am I being interviewed by a Chinese man who is going to get to decide whether or not I'm capable of teaching African-American students? How is that possible? Who decided that this is a good idea? How did this happen? But this is what backward thinking does. It makes us think up is down and down is up. Because I guarantee you this. Give me a yes or no. Give me a yes or no. Do you think that I could go to China? China's a big country, billions of people, thousands of universities, thousands. Do you think I could find one university in China where an African American man or woman gets to decide if a Chinese scholar is capable of teaching Chinese youth? You answer that for me. What do you think? Do you think I can find one? I'm talking about, I don't know how many universities there are in China. I want to Google it now because I'm really curious. Let's Google that real quick. Let's dig into this. Is going to show you how backward we are, how crazy we've become. Let me see here. Let me ask AI. Let me see. How many universities are in China? This is gonna be fun. Let's just do this. Is a consciousness exercise. So let's see what we can find here. I'm looking it up right now. All right, so at recent data, there are 3,113 colleges and universities in China. So do you think that out of 3,013 colleges in China, do you think I can find just one? I don't need to find 10 or 100 or 1,000, just one where I can find a black man who gets to decide whether or not Chinese scholars are capable of teaching Chinese children. Now, mind you, most of these universities have 10, 20, 30 departments. So literally out of these, 60, 70,000 academic departments, do you think I can find one? No, you know that I can't. Y'all know the answer to that question. So what's wrong with you? What's wrong? Who twisted your brain backward to make you think that that makes any damn sense? I'm not bragging, but I put what we've done in the Black Business School toe to toe with anybody on the planet. We have taught wealth to more African Americans than probably anybody on the planet I can think of, and definitely for this amount of time. Nobody else I can think of has taught wealth to thousands of African Americans every single year for the last 15 years. Nobody, I don't know, maybe there is somebody out there, and I'm not saying I'm the best and the only, none of that. I'm not here to put myself on a pedestal, but literally, I am definitely one of the most effective teachers of wealth to the Black community ever. Right? I'm just saying this, right? Not bragging, just saying it as a fact. So how in the hell is it that the Chinese man that they have at Howard that's gatekeeping the finance department says, this guy's not a good fit? You know, I'm not, and again, I'm not here to, I don't care about the job. I don't, so don't call me Howard and offer me a job. I'm not hireable anymore by anybody. But it bothers me. You know, I mean, it was nothing wrong with my credentials. I got trained by Renee Stoltz, one of the greatest thinkers on the entire planet in the field of finance. My dissertation committee was flawless. Like, they had the top people from the top universities. So my point is to say that something's kind of wrong. And I'm going to tell you, a lot of it's wrong because your institutions are shaped in a really weird way. And they're taking money from really weird people who should not be funding our smartest and our best and our brightest. They shouldn't be funding them. They shouldn't be guiding them. I'm not saying that all this is bad. I'm not saying they have to give their money away. I'm saying that something is distorted. You know, when powernomics is seen as dangerous, but yet a violent rapper is not. Just like how is Dr. Claude Anderson dangerous, but the rappers you bring on campus are not dangerous at all? How is Farrakhan seen as dangerous when you have dangerous white people coming to campus all the time? You would gladly invite Joe Biden to campus, knowing that he incarcerated more Black men than any president since slavery, but yet somehow powernomics is scary, or the Nation of Islam is scary. Who told you they were dangerous? Oh, I get it. Yeah, the Anti-Defamation League, the Southern, the Southern Poverty Law Center. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that it's very strange that we have these people that have solutions, by the way. Like all these problems that plague the Black community have been solved. They're easily solvable. Your biggest problems lie in a few key areas. Let's walk through these problems really quickly, shall we? And then we'll state how the solutions are very simple. Your kids are not being educated. Their education is absolute shit for a bit large majority of them. The answer: Black-owned schools. There are thousands of Black teachers around the country who, if provided the resources, would educate the children at the highest levels with love and everything that they need to be successful. I have seen this in real life. I went to visit Freedom Home Academy International in Chicago. This school has 7-year-olds who know things that college students will never know. So all you'd have to do is fund Freedom Home Academy with billions of dollars, the same way you put billions of dollars into music that tells young Black men to become criminals and to disrespect women and to get high at every available opportunity and to waste their money and to destroy their lives and to murder each other. If you put just as much money into educating children the way they educate them at the Muhammad University of Islam as you put into educating our kids to kill themselves, then that whole education problem would disappear overnight. Other problems, the economic problem, the wealth issue. Well, the wealth issue is easy. You'll never build wealth in a community if you're raising a bunch of employees who are starting their careers in debt. That's what's going on. So half of all Black college graduates default on their student loans. They cannot pay their student loans. So that's why you have millions of highly educated Black people with bachelor's and master's degrees who've been working for 30 years, who have a net worth that is lower than a newborn baby. That is the distorted economic backwardism that we are taught at an early age. And we're, for whatever reason, I guess because things that are familiar are very comfortable, things that are new and radical scare you. Maybe that's why you're committed to doing things the wrong way, because doing things the right way involves a type of change that is both very uncomfortable and presents a type of uncertainty that perhaps you're not comfortable with. So what happens at the end of the day is that a lot of our universities are pumping out all these graduates who have debt up to their eyeballs, who never learned how to create a job for anybody. All they know how to do is hunt for a job and find some white man that will hire them and pay them just enough money so that they can barely survive. And if you are barely surviving, then you can't elevate other people because you can't even elevate yourself. How in the hell am I going to help thousands of people get jobs when I can barely keep a damn job myself? Seriously, I mean, really, if I'm struggling and I'm barely making it, I can't lift nobody else. The first step I got to apply in order for me to lift somebody else is I got to get Boyce up out the water. So if Boyce was drowning, just be clear. Some of y'all, give me a yes in the chat. Give me a yes in the chat if talking to me every morning you feel has elevated you in some way. Give me a yes if you feel like our conversations have benefited you and you're wealthier, you're doing things better, you see things better. Give me a yes in the. Okay, so think about this. So do you really think that I would be able to be out here trying to elevate you if I can't even pay the bills? If I'm barely getting by? If I'm struggling and I can barely make it? I gotta impress my boss. I'm sorry, I gotta go, y'all. My boss called and he told me that he saw me on the intranets and I'm in trouble now. I got to go, y'all. I can't do that, right? So the first step, see, what you got to understand about wealth is this. Wealth is built on this idea that a lot of us haven't conceptualized. Nobody taught you this. When corporations build wealth, like Nvidia became one of the first $3 trillion companies. I think it is the first $3 trillion company. They built trillions in wealth. And in order to build wealth, what you got to understand, you got to have one simple thing that most people don't have. Now, you ready? Write this down. Write this down. This is important. You have to have a surplus. You got to have excess. And what does that mean? Excess, it's easy. It's like a profit. It's like the amount of money you make has to be higher than the amount of money you spend. Your assets have to exceed your liabilities. You have to have a surplus. In order for Amazon to be worth $1 trillion or $2 trillion or whatever, they had to have a surplus. If they'd never gotten a surplus, if their revenue had never exceeded their expenses, then they couldn't be a multi-trillion-dollar company. It would be very hard for them to do that. And so if you think about this process, think about how many people you know where, because we're trained to go, like chase these jobs and that's it, we don't see anything beyond the job. How many people do you know where their income is here and their expenses are here? So their revenue, what they're bringing in is here and what they're spending is here. Well, they have no surplus. And when you have no surplus, you're barely keeping your head above water. If your revenue flinches down and goes down 10%, then you start drowning. You start going into debt. in order to survive and maintain. That's what a lot of Americans are doing. This is a consistent, a little sneaky trick of capitalism. This is being done to all of America, not just black people. But we just fall for it the worst because we have the lowest capital base when we're born. We have the worst economic culture. That's why it hits us hardest. But believe me, we have pneumonia, but white people definitely have a cold. So this is not just done for us. This is done for anybody that's exploited in a capitalist system. So what I'm saying to you is that in order for us to elevate and to build this wealth and build this power and to become whatever we claim that we want to be, we're going to have a class of black people who can somehow find their way to a surplus. You can't, if you have a beach and everybody's drowning at the damn beach, somebody's got to learn how to be a good swimmer so you can be the lifeguard for all the people that are in the ocean drowning right now. But if I'm down here drowning with you, I don't have the ability to save you. I don't even know I'm trying to keep myself alive. I'm so busy with strugglenomics that I can't vibrate to the level of powernomics. Do you understand? And this is what consciousness goes back to. I always talk about this financial consciousness class. I'm actually excited about this because I've never taught a financial consciousness class before. And I don't even halfway know exactly what all the material is going to be, but consciousness is partly connected to what frequency you can vibrate on. Consciousness is about levels. It's about levels. So look, if you have a culture that is always encouraging you to vibrate on the lowest spiritual level, then you will never have the consciousness to elevate. You'll never have a surplus. If you are encouraged constantly by the culture to vibrate on the lowest economic level, the struggle level, then you'll never vibrate on the prosperity level. You'll never vibrate on the level where you can actually help other people. If you're vibrating constantly on the scarcity level, then you will never be at the abundance level. The abundance level is where you say, okay, I'm good now. I got what I need. My people are good. My family's good. My money's good. Let me go see if I can help him and her and her and him and her. Right? Let me develop a system where I can create a school where I can educate thousands of kids. Maybe let me start a business where I can create a few dozen jobs so that other people can win too as I win. And this is a mindset, people. This is what I'm saying. This is a mindset. So the whole like go to school, get a job framework that we've been taught, that's not built for any level of higher vibration. That's not built on there's nothing. Think about this. Look at how many people we look at and we say, oh, that's a really successful black person, but that person is doing nothing for anyone but themselves. They're not capable of doing anything for anybody but themselves. So I'm not saying that they're not successful. I'm not saying that getting a good job and doing well for yourself is not admirable. It is, but there's another level to this thing. There's another frequency you can vibrate on. And that's, the Jeff Bezos frequency. Jeff Bezos didn't just do well for himself. He created 1 million jobs with Amazon. And here's the thing. When you talk about, let's circle back to HBCUs and who's funding them and all this other stuff. Well, if you look at most institutions, the people who write the checks that are big enough to really make those institutions financially strong, they are not employees most of the time. They are wealth builders. They are empire builders. They have built companies. Jensen Huang just went back to Taiwan and he celebrated like a superhero. He runs NVIDIA and I own NVIDIA stock. So me and my wife made $100,000 just from participating in that company. So I like the guy. He goes back to Taiwan. And if you look at the history of NVIDIA, I will say this. I bet you that if Jensen Huang had been African-American, NVIDIA would not exist. If Jensen Huang had been an African-American graduating from a white university or an HBCU, NVIDIA wouldn't exist. You know why NVIDIA wouldn't exist? Because Jensen Huang would be somebody's superstar employee. Jensen Huang would be somebody's HNIC making $250,000 a year because he's the best computer programmer on the team. He's driving a Ferrari, living in a nice white neighborhood, and he thinks he's the king of the damn hill. So in that parallel universe where Jensen Huang is an African-American male, he's not the guy running a $3 trillion company. He's the guy that makes $250,000 a year who's still trying to pay off his fucking student loans. That's what Jensen Huang becomes when he becomes black. So what I need you to be able to see from a consciousness standpoint is how much wealth you kill because we kill dreams before they are even born. We don't even give the dream a chance to be born. We don't even encourage our young kids to start at the top and work their way down. We tell them to start at the bottom and work their way up because everybody started at the bottom. Now we here. I don't want to start at the bottom and get there. I'm starting at the top, damn it. I want what the white man got. I want what the power brokers have. I want what he's got over there. I don't want the Negro package. I'm not settling for the Negro success agenda. I want the real success. I want the real power. And so what we get is we get things that are so artificial. We don't get real power. We get proximity to power. You get close to people with power. So you think that you have power because you're close to it. You know, you don't have any power. We get the illusion of power. We get rappers rapping about power. They ain't got no real power. You know who's got the real power in hip hop? It's the people who's running these damn record labels. they have the power, not the loudmouth rapper. So what I'm saying to you is at the end of the day, we've got to understand what power looks like, and we have to raise children to position them to pursue power. So I want to raise a bunch of little damn CEOs. I want to raise some little wealth builders that are already thinking at a high level, systematic framework. I want to see those kids who might still go to college. They might still go to Howard and other great institutions. There's nothing wrong with that, but they're going to come in and they're not just going to be the guy who takes classes in the business school hoping he can get a job at Goldman Sachs. He's going to be the guy taking classes in business school, preparing to create a Black version of a Goldman Sachs. Sharif Abdul Malik, who runs a company called We Buy Black. We Buy Black is a multi-million-dollar company. He's a graduate from Howard University. And one thing Sharif told me, I love Sharif, by the way. He's a great guy. He's a responsible, intelligent Black man. I think he's also Muslim. I don't know if it's Nation of Islam or something else, but he's very disciplined. He's been married since he was probably 23, 24 years old, and he's just a super smart guy, and he's really done amazing things. His company's worth millions of dollars. I remember him telling me that he was in I think he was studying social work at Howard, and he was building his business, trying to build this company that he has now that's worth millions of dollars. And he went to the business school because he's thinking, if I go to the business school, they can teach me more about running my business. And he said that one of his challenges, his critiques of the business school was, he said, man, it seemed like everybody over here was learning how to work for a business. They were all being prepared to work for other people. And I didn't want to work for anybody. I was trying to prepare to get employees and to build and raise capital. That's what he was thinking about. So he was vibrating on the owner frequency. And he felt, at least based on his experience, that most of the students were being trained to vibrate on the employee frequency. And what you got to understand is that in America, in the way capitalism works, employees don't have power in this country. I'm not saying that it's bad to become one. I'm not shaming anybody who does that. I'm not saying that at all. But I am saying this. Number one, if you ever want to have real power, you got to produce people that want to actually accumulate power, which is going to require risk-taking, sacrifice, and discipline, which are three things that are not really encouraged in the culture. Number two, if you are still an employee, which is perfectly fine, you must still understand the fundamentals of financial security and institution building. So just the same way Howard University is an institution and our HBCUs are institutions that still have tremendous value, but some of that value has been a little bit diluted. You also have other institutions that have been deliberately disrupted in the Black community, and that institution is called the family. The family is just as important of an institution as that company that you work for or that job that you have or whatever. The family is a critically important institution for at least one reason. When you have a family unit, you are combining resources. You are getting closer to achieving what we talked about earlier, that surplus, where your revenue exceeds your expenses. You're bringing in more than you're putting out. That's it. You're not operating on the struggle level. You're operating on the abundance level, where you then have the ability to create space and structure and protection for other people. So when you're talking about the family, the other investments I've talked to you guys about extensively are investing in things like relationship management, so you know how to get along with your wife or get along with your husband instead of doing what everybody else does and getting a divorce after 2 weeks. Because I know that my wife is my teammate, and I know that with my wife as my teammate, we can achieve an abundance where we then have the surplus required to be able to create structure and stability for the children. Because when you break something up and everybody's scrambling, then everybody ends up broke. The statistics all show this. The data shows this. So don't just think that institution building and the mandate to build strong institutions belongs to people that run Howard University. They got a big job to do, and I have no disrespect for them, but I think they need to do things better. The responsibility is also on you. And also, again, whether you go to the ownership class or the employee class, the reality is that in America, if you want to get ahead financially, you got to own something. You got to own something. Do you own shares of stock? You got a job, okay? How much are you investing in shares of stock? And are you investing as much in owning stock as you're investing in owning a car? Are you investing as much in owning stock or real estate as you are in investing in going out to eat or buying new clothes? So really, at the end of the day, what I'm really saying to you is that whatever level you're on, ownership is connected to control. Ownership is power. We have no power because we have no ownership. So everybody should be owning something. In fact, on Monday morning, you got a couple extra dollars, go own your butt some shares of stock and do it aggressively. Approach it as if your life depended on it, because it does. Because when you are in the middle of economic desperation and financial despair and economic pain, terrible things happen. Bad things happen. That's all I got to say. I don't have anything else to say. I'm going to stop for today. I hope that this was helpful to you. I hope that you benefited from this discussion. And again, if I offended anybody, then, I apologize for that. It's okay. I don't know all the answers because God is not through with me yet. And I did not mean to offend those at HBCUs or who graduated from HBCUs. Everything's nuanced. There's bad and there's good everywhere. So this is not an absolute statement, but it is one where I hope that we can at least all agree that work needs to be done and we're not where we need to get to. And the only way we can get to a new outcome is if we approach things with new ideas. What are the new ideas we're going to embrace going forward? I think a good place to start would be to take concepts like Powernomics and people like Dr. Claude Anderson and start celebrating them as much as you celebrate the damn Diddies. Diddy ain't done nothing for you except caused you a bunch of problems, done a bunch of yapping and all kinds of other nonsense. It's time for us to also celebrate the grown men in our community, not just the Peter Pans. So that's my 2 cents. That's all I got to say. All right, I'm going to get out of here, guys. If you want to get a copy of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, or our financial flashcards for kids, you can go to drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com. Second of all, if you want to get invited to our Economic Elevation Money in the Morning sessions, it's totally free. You can just text the word morning to the number 87948. So text morning to the number 87948 and I'll invite you. Last but not least, you may or may not know, but I have a couple of podcasts on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify and look up my name, I have a podcast called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown where I cover pretty much everything. And then I have Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Markets where I give you daily updates on what's going on in the stock market. And then my wife and I do a podcast called Pillow Talk. So we just do a lot of talking, a lot of teaching, and it's a lot of fun. So love you guys. I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. and I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day. I'll see you guys later. Take care. Bye. Bitcoin is going berserk. But that's a no-brainer. Everybody knew Bitcoin was everybody that paid attention knew Bitcoin was gonna do this. It's actually over 70,000 now. At some point it will cross 80, in my opinion. I believe at some point it will cross 90 and 100 and everything else. I think Bitcoin is one of the clear investments out there. Although, there's nothing that's guaranteed. There's nothing that's guaranteed. And I hope you all really remember that. Never forget that, right? So even if someone says, oh yeah, I really, really think this is going to happen, that does not mean it's going to definitely happen. Even as a professor, I can't predict what the stock market's going to do. I can't predict what any asset's going to do. However, there is a lot of evidence to say that if something is going to explode, it's going to be Bitcoin. And also, most of the indicators in terms of where the market momentum is going is pushing Bitcoin upwards. So if you've been consistently buying, congratulations. You're probably seeing this right now. And so you're well on your way to wealth, in my opinion. And so anyway, the one thing I wanted to kind of hit on today too had to do with something that was crossing my mind. I put something on my Twitter, and I really believe this kind of thing. And I think I said something. Sometimes I say stuff in a way that irks people. I don't know, but I said, I really believe that every parent should set a high standard for their daughters so that some guy can't impress her by taking her on a weekend trip to Atlanta. And then of course people come in and say, well, what's wrong with going to Atlanta? And why do you hate poor people? And I don't hate poor people. That's not it. That's not it. I've been on many trips to Atlanta, but I really kind of I was just thinking about standards and how what you do with your kids financially really does set a standard. What they expect from you in terms of character and integrity goes a long way in terms of what they're going to expect from men that they interact with, especially your little girls. And a lot of times you just see, things that make me kind of sad as a father, like women kind of wanting, like really desiring men that just don't have good character. If you think about it, if you think about Diddy and Cassie, for example, which is kind of the talk of the town right now, there were a lot of women that were happy for Cassie to be dating Diddy. They thought she'd won the prize. They thought that she was looking good. She was in the driver's seat of her life. And girl, won the prize. You got the man everybody wanted. And that's that's just not the case. A lot of in economics we call that the winner's curse. There's something in economics called the winner's curse, and what the winner's curse is the winner's curse is where you think you won but really you lost. And it's when you compete for something that you're dreaming about, but actually you kind of have the wrong dream. And effectively, that is kind of what I see when it comes to the stuff with Diddy and Cassie and all that is like, I don't know. I mean, in hindsight, do you regret this relationship? And how would you have felt if I'd come from the future, if I'd gone into your life 15 years ago and said, don't do this, like, don't date this guy, there's going to be bad things are going to happen? Would you have said, thank you for protecting me from something that was going to harm me? Or would you have just wanted to learn things the hard way? And I just hate to see that. It really makes me sad. And so actually what I wanted to do in terms of helping you understand how these financial standards can play a part in how your children see the world. Let me pull up some data for you. So because this is important. So when you're talking about setting financial standards for your daughters, let's talk about daughters in particular, right? So I know we have something similar when it comes to sons. I don't think the dynamic's the same because I don't believe boys and girls are the same. I know we have debates about, transgender and all that, but I just assume, I believe that things are a little bit different. So when you talk about standards, here is some research that I found that kind of talks about what the standards actually mean and what they actually do when it comes to the quality of life, the ability of that little girl that you raised to have a healthy life. And I think about this, especially if you talk about, say, a guy like Diddy, I say, gosh, that's so interesting that this guy is known for beating up a woman and he has daughters. And I wonder how he feels. I wonder if you said, would you want your daughter to date a man like you? And I wonder if the answer would be yes or no. If the answer is yes, that would make you question, like, what kind of man are you? What you really would want some guy to, beat your daughter, kick her in the face right when she's trying to get on the elevator. And then if he says no, it says, well, why would you want to be the kind of man that you wouldn't want your daughter to date? Because now your daughter is going to grow up, pay attention now. Your daughter's going to grow up looking up to men like you. She's going to grow up thinking my daddy's a great guy and I want a guy like my dad. And so, so the question becomes, are you perpetuating these curses? And I think money's behind all of this, right? I think that money distorted hip hop. Money made rappers and these black men, mostly black men, into something other, and women too now. I mean, some of the female rappers, unfortunately, have kind of fallen into this trap. And so there are these people that have billions of dollars, and it's not us. We don't have billions of dollars to invest in things like this. They invest billions of dollars into these image distorting false realities of black people, where for many years you had a whole culture around complete disrespect, disregard, and harm and assault toward women. If you go back and you look at things I was writing 20 years ago, you'll know that back in 2002, 2003, I was saying that, if all these, liberation movements and Me Too movements and all that, when they eventually start to reckon and really study what's happening in the world of hip hop, it's going to be really bad for these guys. These guys are going to be hiding in a closet because they're going to dig up stuff that they did back in the 90s and the 2000s that was just clearly inappropriate. And I remember, because I remember one time when I was a professor at Syracuse, and I remember listening to the rapper Exhibit, and he had a song with Snoop Dogg, and in the song they deliberately talked about, you know, assaulting a woman sexually and getting away with it because they were so rich and powerful. Right. And so this became the fantasy, the myth, the false reality that they were led to believe would be true, but they didn't know history. They didn't understand when Malcolm X used to say that the white man will sell you the liquor bottle and then he'll lock you up for being drunk. Shout out to Malcolm X. Yeah, his birthday was 2 days ago, and I should have said that during class, and I apologize for not bringing that up. And so really, I feel like in a way, you know, what's interesting about, you know, some of the hip hop culture is from a financial standpoint is that they kind of have this way of lulling you to sleep, you know, kind of have this way of making you think you're the boss, making you think you're in the driver's seat when really you're not the boss. You know, Clive Davis is the boss, or Universal Records or Sony Music is the boss. And but they want you to think you're the boss, you know, and then you go out and you operate like you think you're the boss, and then next thing you know, consequences come, and then you're held fully accountable for every single thing that happened under your watch. And that's what I sort of see when I see these things. So let me grab this research for you guys. So one thing that they say that happens when you don't set a good standard for your daughter. Let's talk about us in terms of us being the kinds of parents that we want our children to admire in terms of, you know, and let's start financially, right? In terms of setting those standards and why that's important. So they said that number one, when you talk specifically about the father-daughter relationship, there's a study that says that daughters who have a strong relationship with their father have an easier time with emotional health and stress management. Daughters with strong supportive relationships with their fathers tend to have better emotional health and stress management skills. These daughters typically have higher cortisol levels, which buffer against stress, leading to healthier responses to stressors in adulthood. This emotional resilience translates into more stable and satisfying romantic relationships. And I just think about just maybe about 3 or 4 days ago, and I hope she doesn't mind me mentioning this, but one of my girls called me, or she texted me. She said, I'm really having a bad day today. Do you have time to talk? And we got together and we talked for a while, and we talked out what she was feeling, what she was going through. And then she sent me a text saying, "Thank you so much. You know, this really made a difference for me." And it made me happy because I was able to be there for her. But it really, I thought about that interaction when I read this study that the fathers, we kind of can bring something there. I don't know if it's our confidence, I don't know what it is, but we bring something that adds value. And that's a type of, by the way, that's a type of wealth, right? If you are emotionally unstable, if you can't, you know, if you're not disciplined, or if you're constantly self-medicating because you're constantly dealing with anxiety and depression and all these other things, it's very, very hard for you to have the discipline required for you to achieve your goals, build wealth, and do anything that you want to do. And in fact, you know, when we study in our Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School, what we realize is that emotionally unstable people just have a hard time building wealth because there are too many leaky buckets of, you know, pockets that can drain their wealth. Because if you're self-medicating, well, medicine costs money. If you're self-medicating through wine bottles and, you know, liquor costs money. If you're self-medicating through drugs cost money. If you're self-medicating through sex, well, bad relationships and dirty, you know, short-term, temporary, nasty, worthless relationships with people that you're just trying to have sex with, that can cost you money. I know a woman that makes $300,000 a year who got robbed by one of her guys. She called him a hobosexual, one of the hobosexuals, which is these guys that look for rich Black women to sleep with. And, you know, so they can get their bills paid. So this hobosexual took her credit card and was buying clothes for some other girl that he was messing around with, and she found out because she went through her credit card statement, right? So you can go on and on, right? There's so many different ways that emotional instability can be costly. For example, when you buy luxury items, there's studies to say that what you're really buying is your self-esteem, because a person who has a good, really strong self-worth doesn't really need the luxury item in order to feel better about themselves. Now, I'm not saying that everybody who buys a luxury item is bad or not smart or making a mistake or emotionally unbalanced. What I'm saying is that if you're emotionally unbalanced, it's easier to sell you the luxury item, because basically what I'm doing is I'm saying, you know, you're nobody. You're nobody now. You're a regular old nobody right now. But if I give you this Gucci purse or I sell you this Mercedes, Well, now you're somebody. Now you're important. Now you're looking fly. Now you're looking good. And people who don't care about impressing people that that don't matter, they keep their money in their pocket. They say, "Why would I spend money with you just to get whatever um, public perception you think I can earn by buying this item from you?" Do you understand? It goes back to, I kid you not, I remember when I was in college and I was invited to pledge every single fraternity, every single one of them reached out to me and asked me to join. And it wasn't because I was the coolest guy in the world. It wasn't because I was, the life of the party or anything like that. I'm not that guy. They all wanted me to be in their fraternity because I was known as the guy who had the highest grade point average of all the black students on campus. I was known as the smart guy, even though I don't think I was the smart guy. I would say I was maybe I was the hardworking guy. Maybe I was the disciplined guy. I don't know, but I wasn't. I wouldn't say I was the smart guy, but I was known for that. And so when they all invited me to join and to pledge, I thought about being an alpha for a minute, and it was an interesting experience because the guy that was an alpha, I think he was honestly hitting on me, and at that time, it didn't even hit my consciousness that another man would be trying to get with me like that. It didn't even cross my brain, And then I think about 5 years later, I look back and I said, "Oh my God, I think this guy was, I think he liked me." Whoa, what do I do with that information? That's weird. Like, no disrespect. I mean, don't get me wrong. Everybody, LGBT, everybody's welcome here, but it was weird for me because I'd never been in that situation, that space, and then it made sense. I was like, oh, that's why he was calling me all the time, and just for no reason, right? So anyway, but not to say that was why I didn't want to be an alpha. My brother's an alpha, so shout out to all the alphas. And then my friend, I remember my friend that was a Kappa who tried to get me to pledge Kappa, and I was like, they kind of pretty. They got the little canes and twirling canes. I can't twirl no cane. And then there was another one. The blue, they wear the blue. I forgot with the I can't Phi Beta Sigma. Phi Beta Sigma. That's right. Yeah, I remember and I thought about that, because I liked the guy who invited me. His name was Daryl Van Meter. He died of a heart attack at 19 years old on the basketball court. It was crazy. I used to play basketball with Daryl, and I wasn't there that day, but one day he just died of, like, on the basketball court of a heart attack. 19 years old. It was, I remember that day. But anyway, and then I think I decided to pledge Q, and I was gonna become a Q dog. Can you imagine me as a Q dog or Mega Man, whichever one I would have been? And so I was gonna pledge because my roommate was a Q, and I remember that when I kind of looked at the guys that were already in the fraternity, I felt kind of bad. I did not feel like I did not respect the guys, the men that I saw. I did not see them. I remember I think in terms of thinking like an investor, one thing about thinking like an investor is that you apply this to everything in your life. An investor mindset, which is really why we're here. This is what economic awareness or financial consciousness looks like. An investor mindset means you don't look at where things are, you look at where they're going. And the thing that a lot of young people don't understand is that who you are doesn't matter. What matters is what you're becoming. What you're doing every day determines what you're becoming. That tells me where you're going. That tells me what direction your car is headed. So if you're a person that, lays in the bed all day, smokes weed and plays video games and watches Netflix, well, you're becoming, that's what you're becoming. If you're a person who gets up every day, busts their butt, you're constantly learning, you're constantly growing, you're constantly saving and investing and all this other and building, well, then we know what you're going to be in 5 or 10 years, right? Because all your life really is this accumulation of thousands of little choices that you've made along the way. So I looked at these guys and I just saw things that kind of bothered me, like they drank a lot. They drank a whole lot. And I didn't drink at all, but they would be drunk all the time. My roommate was drunk every weekend. And I just didn't feel like that was good because in the 90s, a lot of black men were going to prison. And I didn't want to get drunk and do something stupid and end up getting locked up because wasn't nobody gonna bail me out. I didn't have no plan B. And then also they did this weird thing where they had a party where they picked 2 girls up on the side of the road. This is the type of stuff in our culture that I think we got to just kind of talk about because it destroys people's lives. But they picked up these 2 girls on the side of the road, and they told them that if you want to ride home, you have to do things for us at our party, if you know what I mean. And so they had this party. I kid you not, this is a true story. One girl was in one room offering one service, if you know what I mean. The other girl was in the other room offering another service. And I remember thinking, back then, I mean, I'm 20. I'm trying to figure life out, and I was like, that doesn't seem right. That does not seem good. Because I was thinking about things like diseases and all that, but even criminality, right? Somebody can come back 10 years later and say, oh, well, you assaulted me and now you're going to prison for 30 years or now whatever, right? So long story short, I remember just thinking, I see a whole lot of drinking, a whole lot of whoring and a whole lot of partying, but I don't see a whole lot of studying. I don't see a whole lot of hard work. I don't see a whole lot of building here, right? And I remember, so that was the thing that kind of got me to say, I don't think this is the right move. And again, this is that part of the culture. I believe other people put this on us, and I think we have to address that because it's very anti-wealth, it's very anti-family. Remember, anti-family is anti-wealth. Anti-family is anti-wealth, and it's also anti-black. So if you want to destroy black wealth, just keep destroying black families. If you want to destroy black families, keep destroying black culture. If you want to destroy black culture, keep destroying the black male. And that's kind of what's been happening. They've been destroying the black male systematically in a lot of ways. Even back in the 60s, Dan Rather, I was watching a documentary about Dan Rather, the great newsman, and he talked about how Vietnam War, most of the guys in the platoon were mostly black, a lot of black males. And so I just think it just goes way back, just in terms of what people have kind of done to us. So long story short, I remember just going back to the self-esteem thing. I remember the deal was like I was supposed to pay a bunch of money. Again, I'm a very logical thinker, right? I'm a mathematician. So 2 + 2 is always going to be 4 to me. So the deal was you pay us $600 or $700, which was more money than I had at the time. I did not have a lot of money to burn like that. And they're like, pay us a bunch of money. And then for 6 weeks, we're going to make your life a living hell. And then when you're done, and I was like, well, what do I get when I'm done? They're like, well, you get to be one of us. And I'm like, so I get accepted. So I'm paying you money and letting you torture me, letting you ruin my life and my grade point average and only God knows what. For what? For the esteem of knowing that I can be part of your group? Well, yeah. You get to be one, you get to be a Q dog or an alpha or whatever, right? No disrespect to the fraternities, but it did not compute to me. And I was like, wait, so I get to be your friend, but I'm already your friend. I already know you. I see you. I say hi to you. I don't need to wear the same colors as you for us to be cool. Like we don't have to wear the same colors. And I really don't even really want to see you much more than I already do. So where's the benefit? Where's the win? Where's the ROI? I saw no ROI. The only ROI I saw was you get to wear the jacket and be part of the group. And I saw that more as a self-esteem thing. And what I really found was interesting was I was able to save a lot of money because my self-esteem was already pretty much intact. Sure, I didn't have everything figured out. There were some things I had fears like everyone else. I had, challenges and hurdles and hills I had to climb, but I was very comfortable being by myself and very comfortable being who I was. Yeah, I know I'm not the coolest guy in the party, but I don't want to be the coolest guy in the party because the coolest guy in the party looks stupid to me sometimes. You're acting stupid so that you can be the coolest guy in the party, and that's still true. It doesn't matter. Even now, 30 years later, the internet is just a big high school where people want to be the coolest instead of being instead of actually being the person that has the most substance. People want to impress you by likes and shares and clicks and views, and they do really embarrassing things, really humiliating things, degrading things, goofball, idiotic things to get likes and shares and views. And that, to me, is not a win for you. In my opinion, a win is when, if I want to impress you, maybe I impress you with my substance. I want to impress you with what's in my brain to say, look at how well I know finance. Let me help you. Or I want to impress you by helping change your life or say something that's really profound for you that's going to benefit you. That's meaningful to me. Me getting you to pay attention to me because I did the best TikTok dance, or if I'm a woman, I'm showing lots of booty and I get lots of likes and shares for that. That to me is indicative of a deeper self-esteem problem that's very, very costly to you. So what I'm saying to you is that going back and I'll finish up on those studies in terms of how it can affect our girls, but it affects our boys as well, is that people that have their self-esteem intact don't have to engage in these horrific exchanges with the world to get these false senses of validation from other people, right? Like a little girl who's raised with full confidence, full self-esteem is not going to keep investing her body into ratchet, disgusting, disease-ridden men just so that she can feel a little bit of love. She's already got love. She's got a big stock of, she's wealthy. She's wealthy. She's emotionally wealthy already. Let me know if you follow what I'm saying. I'm talking about wealth. Do y'all understand that I'm talking about wealth here? I hope you get what I'm saying. Because I know I sound like I'm not talking about wealth, but I really am. If you're wealthy with love, then you're not love starved. If you're love starved, then you go and you are giving things away that are valuable so that you can get the thing that you need. Do you understand? So the children, here's the thing. I think that the best job we can do for our parents, or sorry, as parents, not for our parents, as parents, is to make sure our children are not starved of the things that they need. So they don't have to go buy these things by giving away things that are very valuable, starting with money. People will give money away. Oh, I'll spend, I just made 300,000. And instead of using the 300,000 to build generational wealth, I want to spend 300,000 getting this dumbass European car from a bunch of white people who don't even like me, just so I can feel better about myself. Now I'm somebody because I'm driving this overpriced car that's declining, depreciating in value every single mile that I drive it. Right. Or I'm going to go and spend my money at the club and throw it around and put it in stripper thongs so I can be the coolest guy in the room, even though I look like Bozo the Clown right now. I look stupid because I'm throwing away my kids' generational wealth. Or you can just keep going on. Going back to the civil rights movement. No disrespect, but I'd never understood this idea that I'm going to go and get beat upside the head sitting at a white man's lunch counter, begging him to take my money. I saw this picture of the great James Baldwin, and he was standing in front of an ice cream shop that was owned by a white guy, and the white guy was peeking out the window like, who is this Negro in front of my ice cream shop, and why is he taking a picture here? And at the top of the ice cream shop door, it said, this is the colored entrance, right? So they had an entrance for colored people, an entrance for white people, and there's some white liberal guy who's doing commentary on the picture. And he talks about the contrast in the picture, and I got to put it on my Instagram, the video up, because I got to go find it. But he's basically saying, like, look at the contrast in this picture. He says, here we have James Baldwin, one of the great literary minds of his generation, who is being dehumanized because he's standing in front of this sign where they won't let him in because of the color of his skin. Right? It was something like that. Like here's this great man, this giant of a man, James Baldwin, and he's being dehumanized by the fact that this ice cream shop has a colored only door and a whites only door. And I was like, no, he's not being dehumanized. Why does he have to go eat the white man's ice cream anyway when he's probably going to spit in it? What would make you think, how in the hell if he's so powerful, what in the world makes us think that he would hand over his humanity, the right to dehumanize him to a person who clearly is not his friend? There is nothing beneficial about him being allowed to walk through the front door of another man's ice cream shop and give him all his money. In my view, the sign didn't dehumanize him. It only dehumanizes you if something inside of you makes you feel that in order for you to be a complete human being, you have to go inside this bigot's ice cream shop. I don't want to go in his ice cream shop. I don't. He can't take nothing away from me because I don't even want what he got. In order for somebody to take something from you, you have to give it to them in the first place. In order for them to take something from you, they have to at least have something that you desire. And when you desire things, you have to understand, why do I desire these things? And let me tell you, there's a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. When you desire things, that makes you beholden to the people or the entities that control the thing that you desire. So that's why the Buddhists are among the smartest people on the planet, because if you know anything about Buddhism, which I don't know very much, but one thing I do know is that they do have one principle that pretty much says you should desire nothing. That desiring nothing is one of the keys to freedom. So I'm not saying you shouldn't desire anything. That's your choice, but you got to be real careful about falling in this trap of hungering for something, lusting for something, wanting something, especially when the thing that you want is coming from people who are gonna extract a high rent in order for you to have that thing. So you either A, have to train yourself not to want it, or B, if you do want it, you better get your own supply. So that little girl, she either, if she feels like she needs to be loved by a thug in order to feel complete, in order for her self-esteem to be intact, I need to be one of Future's 18, the rapper Future. I need to be one of his 18 babies' mamas in order for me to feel loved and complete. And the Future says, sure, just let me inject my dirty penis in your body and give you every disease I have and then abandon you and your child and traumatize the both of you. Sure, I'll give you that in exchange for your self-esteem. If she feels that way, that's a problem. That's a deficit. That's a deficiency. And so to me, that deficiency will be resolved by either A, having plenty of love, of stockpile of love and support from somebody that really cares about her, like her dad. Your dad is, the dads are so important. I mean, we're supposed to be that one man that loves you and will die for you and isn't asking for something from you. So you either have a stockpile of that love and support, or she's got to be in a position where she's convinced herself, no, I don't want what you got. I don't need that. I don't need that thing from you. If I need it, I don't need it from you. So if James Baldwin needs ice cream that bad, that he's got to go into a racist man's ice cream shop just to feel like a human being or just to have ice cream, that would be a psychological deficiency on his part. That's a self-esteem issue. If I'm talking to James Baldwin, I say, let's go get some ice cream somewhere else. There's a black-owned ice cream shop down the block. Or maybe, ice cream is really gonna make us fat. So maybe we should go eat a salad instead. Right? That's what I'm thinking. Right. And I really encourage you to sort of process these things because those emotional deficiencies, those psychological shortcomings that we're raised with, that self-esteem issue, that drives a lot of people being able to take things from Black people. Like I can point to 1,000 examples. I'm going to try not to point to too many because my brain will explode. I'll start talking all day. But even when I look at guys, I see guys that go on, anybody seen Vlad TV? You know Vlad TV, right? How many of y'all know about Vlad TV? I've been on Vlad TV several times. I've talked to Vlad on the phone. I did all that, right? And I really am fascinated by how many of these poor little desperate men, who maybe were rappers from the 90s or people that that the world's kind of forgotten about. And they're so desperate for attention that they'll go on Vlad TV's show and they literally they will admit to crimes they committed 25 years ago. Like they'll literally be like, yeah, me and Diddy was in the club and we decided to grab a couple of hoes and go and rape them both that night. No, I'm playing, but no, really, like, or I shot him. I died. Well, how many people did you kill? I don't know, probably about 15, 20. I don't know. I shot so many. I probably shot Pac. I just forgot that I did it. Just literally, and they incriminate themselves. And I'm like, wow. So prison, that's a pretty high price to pay for you to get your internet clout. Like that's what that is. That's an emotional deficiency that's being fed at a very high price to you. So remember, when you're paying a price, you're not just paying with money. That's what I want you to understand. Sometimes you pay a price with something that money can't buy. And really, one of the things I think I might have done right is I don't let people waste my most valuable commodities. I'm not talking about my money. My money's not the most valuable thing I have. I have 1,000 things that are more valuable than money, but just things like time. I don't, if someone important wants to talk to me and someone thinks I'm supposed to talk to this person because they're so important or they're on, they're mainstream famous or something. My question is like, well, why would I want to talk to that person? Well, because he was on the hit TV show, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, so this person's important because white people put him on TV. No, because what I'm doing over here is the most important work I could be doing anywhere. Like talking to my people about wealth and building our families and our communities for the future. That's really what's important. His reality show on Bravo, that just paid him a bunch of money, but that doesn't make it important. See, you got to stop believing that somebody getting paid lots of money to do a job means that they're doing an important job. Getting paid lots of money to do a job does not make the job important. It just means you got a lot of money to do it. And I'm happy for you. But your importance, your significance in the world has to come down to whether or not you're doing meaningful work for meaningful people, meaningful work for a meaningful purpose. You got a big gun and you're aiming it at the right target. If you got a big gun, you aim at the wrong target, then it's a wasted bullet. If you have a little gun and you aim it at the right target, it's wasted. You want a big gun aimed at the right target. That means you're doing meaningful work for meaningful people. You're applying your energy in a meaningful way. So that's why I tell you to go back to the basics, right? I just really don't understand who told us that the job of a mother wasn't the most important job on the planet. That's the most important job anywhere because if mothers weren't doing their jobs, society would crumble. We'd be raising a whole nation full of serial killers. So motherhood is actually a more important job than almost any job I can think of. And the second most important job would be fatherhood. But for some reason, somebody got us all twisted up and had us thinking that somehow going to that white man's factory every day was the most important use of your time. And I vehemently disagree with you. I vehemently disagree. It might be important for him. Sure, he's building family wealth. He's building generational legacy and everything off your labor. Sure, that's fine. But I don't think that's more important than the time you spend with your own kids. I really don't. And I'm not judging how you spend your time. I understand we have limitations and restrictions and things like that, but I just encourage you, to figure out what your standard needs to be and meet the damn standard. And then don't just meet the standard for yourself, meet it for your children. Because I don't think we're meeting the standard for our little girls. That's why they're chasing after some of these raggedy guys. I really do. I'm really fascinated in terms of learning how critical my role is as a father to the self-esteem of my girls. There's something that we give girls, and I think that we understate how important that is because we're so accustomed to the girls not having a father. But I say, well, what if what if the majority of all the boys didn't have a mother? Are we saying that mothers wouldn't be important? Would we have a normal society if most boys did not have their mother in the house with them? I don't think we would. I really don't. So I think that when you see things happening that almost seem like bastardizations of Black culture, or just extreme disruptions in terms of Black society, Black relationships, choices, I'm the guy that would be curious, like Diddy or Cassie, what made you so attracted to Diddy? What made you think that this pretty gay rapper is an important man? Is it because he had lots of money? Is that what it was? Like, what if Diddy made the same amount of money as the guy at Burger King? That he was still dancing and wearing shiny suits and still a great rapper. Well, he wasn't a great rapper, but still, but still like charisma and all that. But he was making like $5.95 an hour. Would that have been your man? Would you have really endured, all this? I'm not judging the choice. I agree. I think it was a scary situation that she was in, but I really wonder about these things, and I wonder like what's really happening here that will make us even think that would be a good life for you. Is it just the money? And because I can tell you as a person who thinks about money all the time, and I can tell you, when you do what I do, you end up as a professor thinking about money and on levels and layers that you can't even possibly imagine. It goes so much deeper than you think. I just want you to understand that money is not as important as you think sometimes. And money can be a massive distraction. Money really is a drug. Money, the drug of money makes you high. And when you're high, you can end up doing things that don't make any sense. And in fact, I'm going to talk about that a little bit later in the portfolio power play, because right now you're in the middle of a booming stock market, which is going to create a lot of what they call irrational exuberance, which is a lot of greed. And so that is when the scammers come out. So people will be releasing the fake Bitcoins again and all that stuff, or the crappy cryptos. There's going to be a lot of IPOs of companies that are not worth what they're worth. During the previous boom, you had these things called SPACs, special purpose acquisition companies, which weren't worth what they were pretending to be, and people were paying money for these SPACs. So this changes the dynamics of the entire economy when everyone's sort of feeling excited, because right now everyone's getting FOMO because they're reading all the headlines about the Dow hitting record highs and Bitcoin hitting another record high and all these other things, and they don't want to miss out. So they jump in and they don't know what they're doing and they end up getting burned. So that's what we're going to talk about later on today. If you want to join us for the portfolio power play, here is a link to the private Zoom. I'll put it inside here. And if you're not invited to Money in the Morning yet, our economic awareness training, just get on the text list, text the word morning to 87948. So you can text morning to the number 87948, and I'll send you an invitation. And the portfolio power play, I'm going to put the link right here in the chat if you guys want to join me later on today at 1 p.m. Eastern. So let me see here. Let me pop this in the chat really quick. And then what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and finish this up in a second, because today's my anniversary and I shouldn't be like Mr. Workaholic on the day I got married. So, and then my wife's birthday is right after that. So I got Mother's Day, my daughter's birthday, my wife's birthday, and my wedding anniversary all in the same month. So, I got 2 daughter birthdays, right? So I got so much crap that happens in the month. It's in May. It's crazy. So it's really hard. I have a hard time keeping up with names and dates, or like anniversaries and stuff. So pray for me. All right. So anyway, let me finish reading these studies in terms of how that setting that standard can make a big difference. Okay. Yeah. Did I switch the portfolio power play to 1? Yeah, it's 1 p.m. Eastern, Natasha. I think I had to move it back to 1 because the other time, for whatever reason, didn't work. But there's the link right there. And you can click on that and you can join. All right. So a couple more things I want to mention before we bounce out. And again, we'll be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So feel free to join us. Just text the word morning to 87948. One thing that they say, surprise, surprise, is according to this study by the Institute for Family Studies, they said a father's involvement can set high standards for how a daughter expects to be treated in relationships. Research shows that daughters who have close communicative relationships with their fathers are less likely to engage in risky sexual behavior and are more likely to have fulfilling, long-lasting marriages. These daughters often have higher self-esteem and body image satisfaction, which are crucial for healthy relationships. Also, in terms of academic and career choices, fathers play a crucial role in their daughters' academic and career decisions. Studies indicate that daughters who receive mentoring and support from their fathers are more likely to pursue ambitious career paths and are often influenced positively by their father's career choices. This support fosters independence and confidence, which are beneficial in all areas of life, including relationships. Also, in terms of negative outcomes, they said the absence of a father figure or a poor father-daughter relationship can lead to adverse outcomes such as depression, anxiety, and early sexual activity. Conversely, daughters with positive father figures are less likely to face these issues and more likely to develop healthy, supportive relationships with their partners. So shout out to and by the way, if you don't see that link to join the Portfolio Power Play, one other way you can get access, I'll send this out in a little bit. Text the word stock, STOCK, to 87948. If you text stock to 87948, you'll get a link from me right after this class, and I'll invite you guys in. So text stock to 87948. I'll also mention a couple stocks I'm buying later on today when we talk. All right. So what I really see here is, first off, I want to applaud fathers that are setting a standard for their kids, period, and their daughters especially. I'm proud of you. I love you so much because of the fact that you are the fabric that's holding the community together. We need our strong masculine men to do this, because unfortunately, as Malcolm X used to talk about, America tries to make the black man into a little boy. So when I see rappers behaving in very childish ways, it reminds me of the fact that there are people that use their money to convince black males, grown black men, to behave like children. I saw the rapper Cameron on CNN, pretty much acting like a kid, because there's no pressure for them to grow up. So they're very irresponsible, very sloppy, very ignorant. And he's old. I think he's old enough to be a grandfather. I want to say he's almost 50 years old. Diddy is over 50, right? And engaged in the same shenanigans that he was engaged in when he was 25 years old. A 52-year-old is not supposed to behave like a 25-year-old. That's not culturally normal, but it seems normal because we financially reward it. So sometimes when things are financially incentivized, that makes us automatically and unfairly and incorrectly believe that that is the right way to approach life, that that's the right way to exist. And it's not. So thank you to the men that understand that. And then also I want to say thanks to all the mothers that really help facilitate that child-father relationship. Because one of the things I believe is that from what I've read, I read about the science of bonding and oxytocin, which is the chemical in your brain that bonds you to other people. Mothers have a very natural bond with the children because oxytocin production in your brain during pregnancy connects you to the child. That's why when the baby comes out, the mother's already instantly bonded. With the father and the child, the bond has to be constructed, right, through having them spend time together, facilitating that, right? The mother kind of saying like, hey, spend time with your father, especially if the partnership doesn't last. You have to kind of push that and have them spend time together and do things together, and then they'll naturally become more connected. If the mother is resistant, or if the mother is has issues with the father or is disrespectful of the father, it's very hard for the father to step in and form a relationship with the child. Because I don't know about y'all, tell me if you agree, give me a yes or no. Anybody my mother didn't respect wasn't gonna get my respect. Tell me if you get that. Tell me if you agree with that. Anybody, if my mama, if I was gonna meet some man and my mother's like, he ain't nothing but a dirty liar. He a damn fool. He's an idiot. I'm not, and I'm 9 years old. I'm loyal to my mother 100%, period. So you bring this guy in front of me and you've been talking crazy about him, or even if you're subtly doing it, even if it's subconscious, right? You know, like, or somebody says his name and you go, yeah, we'll see what he does. Oh, that's a cue. That's a clue. And I want y'all to understand this. Pay attention now. My mother did not do this, but it happened. It's a true story. I met my father, my biological father, for the first time when I was 14 years old. So my uncle took me to his house. My parents did not know that I was being taken to my biological father's house. I come to the door. He's standing there, and I looked at him, and it was really shocking because I'd never seen another man who looked like me like that. He looked a lot. I said, "Wow." You know, so he gave me a hug, and it was one of those real heavy hugs, like, "Son, oh my God, good to see you, son," that kind of thing. And I didn't hug him with the same intensity because I'm 14 and I didn't feel the same, I didn't feel the same way. Hadn't spent years away from my son. I was just a 14-year-old, a freshman. So I'm sitting there in the living room and I'm talking to my grandmother, which was his mother, was sitting in there. I had an uncle sitting in there who was the brother of my father, and then my father sitting there. And this was actually, and now that I think about it, I think he got there like a little bit later. That's what, because when I first got there, I think he wasn't there. And I remember they were talking about him and they said something real subtle. They said, yeah, well, one day his name was Boyce, like mine. They said, yeah, but Boyce will get it together one day. And when they said that, that said to me, okay, so that means my father does not have it together. It was that one little slick little sentence, right? And then we were sitting there, and then my father's sitting there, and he says, "Yeah, one day I'm gonna get me a Maserati." And I remember just looking at him, and I instantly had like almost no respect for him because I'm listening to this, and maybe I'm different. Maybe I assume I was probably a little bit different. Maybe I am a little more perceptive, a little more aware of things. I don't know, but I was like, this dude does not seem like he's not what I thought. Like I was hoping I'd have some dad who was doing amazing things that I could be proud of. I did not see that with him, right? And it was accurate. He was on drugs. He was, in the streets doing whatever. And at that point the respect was kind of gone. And so really what I would say to you is that you have to facilitate those relationships, and it's really to the benefit of the kid. It's not for your benefit. You may hate him, but that kid needs somebody that's gonna care about them without wanting something in return, because if that's not there, then she's going to look for that from a lot of other men who are going to expect her to pay a high price. Okay. And they're going to drain her of things that money should not be able to buy, if you know what I mean. So that's my 2 cents. If you want me to package it up and summarize the gist of what we've talked about today, it is basically that healing and emotional health is extremely important for wealth building, because if you are whole emotionally, you don't have to pay and give your wealth away to people that help you fill those gaps. Do you understand? Right? You don't have to pay to fill the loneliness gap. Like think about it, like a man who's lonely, maybe he pays women for sex because he doesn't know how to not be lonely, right? Or a woman whose self-esteem is low. She's giving her body away to men, right? Which is more valuable than money, right? Or maybe you're giving your time and your energy to things that are not beneficial to you. And I know white folks, I believe that with racism, if you read Dr. Claude Anderson books like Black Labor, White Wealth, which everybody should really read, it explains how during slavery that the number one goal of the slave master was to keep the slave's self-esteem really low. They wanted to make sure that you were hardworking and very loyal, but they did not want you to have a lot of confidence in yourself. Because if you have too much confidence in yourself, then you, by God, might gasp, actually try to compete with white people. And they did not want you competing with the white man, but they wanted you to serve him. Right. So ultimately, I believe you can compete with anybody. I believe you should serve your family first, and then serve your community after your family, and then serve yourself after you serve your community, serve your family, serve yourself. Take care of all three. And I think that will get you to where you are able to build wealth, because you're not giving it all away to other people who are doing things for you that you don't actually need in the first place. So anyway, all right. So couple quick things. So today we're going to do the portfolio power play at 1. I'll mention some stocks that I'm buying during that time. Also, I mentioned to you all that I wanted to, since you had asked me about other specialized topics like estate planning, stock options, real estate, stuff like that. I wanted to do it in a way where you could form healthy economic habits. That's the goal. That's the goal of economic awareness training. That's why we do it 7 days a week, is because I want you to get in the habit every day of thinking about your economics. So, what I wanted to create in addition to money in the morning was something called money in a minute. And that's literally where it's, if you want to learn, for example, estate planning, I would send you out via text message like some sort of short lesson that you can learn in less than 2 minutes on estate planning. And then you would get one of those every single day for maybe 30, 45 days. And then by the time you're done, you would have a basic understanding of estate planning. And then there will be options for you to do more if that's what you want to do. Same thing with stock options, stock market investing, real estate. We can go on and on and on and pretty much, sort of create whatever you want. So that's almost done. And I'll reach out to you guys about that. There will be a fee, but we'll discount it substantially for those of you that are in our economic awareness training. And that should be ready probably by the end of the week. Okay. So I'll let you guys know when that's ready. And if you're not already on the text list for Money in the Morning or economic awareness training, make sure you text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. And also the book that we were covering for a big part of this class is my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, which you can get a copy at our Black Wealth Mastery store, which is at drboycebooks.com. So it's drboycebooks.com. So take care, everybody. Have a good day. Thank you so much for hanging out. It was great. And maybe I'll see you guys later on this afternoon. And thank you for your well wishes on the anniversary. I appreciate that.